least I think it was enjoyable. Sometimes I can't quite tell what you're thinking about your face. You have a great poker face.
I'm going to tell you the same stuff you just said, but I'm not as politically correct.
That's right. Yes. Yes. I could tell. Yes. That's kind of why it was a little more enjoyable the last time. Like, okay, we got some energy going on.
She was always the one who was holding me back. This is not super cool. I know Miles. There's no other way to say it. This is very good.
That's awesome. I teach all the time. Like what you can say is 100% right. How you say it is very right. And it can, like, in an actual sense, it's very noble and true. And is that really God's heart? So how you say it, how you process it, how you
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yes, sir. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Checking mic 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check, mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. Testing mic 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. Mic check, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. Mic check, 1, 2. 2, 3, 4. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. 1, 2. Hello, hello. WebEx mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mic check. I just wanted to, I didn't want someone else to get it. Yes.
Yeah, these are the call-in people. So we've got 5 call-ins, and then we've got
everyone. Nobody's listening to me.
Where's everybody?
Well, the music's going to start. Hey, nobody's starting. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. And this morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor David Bendett with Brock City Church.
Let's pray. Lord, your word says in Proverbs chapter 14, verse 34 and 35, that a nation is exalted by the righteousness of its people, and that sin heaps disgrace on the land, and that wise and faithful servants receive promotion from you. And I thank you, Lord God, that you have promoted us as pastors, leaders, business owners, council members, managers, first responders, to guard and watch over this city. And that, Lord, you're raising up people that love you, that know you, that honor you, and that are led by you in every decision that they make. God, I ask that you would lead us by your Spirit, and that we would not be led by our own intellect and even our own desires, but that they would be your desires for the families, the children, the outcasts, the orphans, the widows, those that are living in darkness and hurt and pain, and those that you have blessed so mightily that have the ability to help those and extend a hand to those that desperately need help. Thank you for raising up true mothers and fathers that love and lead well with your heartbeat. Thank you for this council. Thank you for unity. Thank you, Lord, for clarity. Help them to hear and listen well and lead well according to your plan and your desires for the body of Christ, Texas. Thank you that you've put us here for such a time as this, and we're honored, and we're so thankful, and we're so grateful, and we invite you in to every decision that we make. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And next, the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and to the flag of Texas will be led by Cadet Commanding Officer Rebecca Simpson. She is a senior at W.B. Ray High School and representing the NJROTC.
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now please join me in the honoring of the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, and indivisible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we need to call the roll. Just really quick.
Okay.
I know.
Is there a way to correct that, or?
I'll ask.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we do. Please call the roll.
Okay. So Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez is running late. Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Tom Schmidt. Oh, great. Hi, how are you? No, don't get up, my bad. How are you? Hi, Tom. Thank you for being here. Yes, of course.
Okay. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. We love seeing so many people in chambers after such a long time of not seeing you here. Today is bittersweet. With me is Tom Schmidt, and probably most of you know him from the Texas State Aquarium. And again, it's a bittersweet day as we are happy to have had him for, well, you'll find out here in a minute when I read this proclamation, 25 years. But we're also very sad to lose such talent here in Corpus Christi and everything he's done, which you'll hear about. But we're very happy for to start your next chapter in life, which is always exciting and blessing. So with that, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. So whereas President and CEO of the Texas State Aquarium, Tom Schmidt, has served more than 25 years at the aquarium, growing it to the world-class institution that it is today. And whereas Tom Schmidt doubled the size and attendance of the aquarium over the past 25 years, contributing to the economic well-being of Corpus Christi. And whereas Tom Schmidt has become an honored household name in Corpus Christi, you have, synonymous, this is even better, with integrity in conservation and wildlife rescue, professionalism, strong character, and leadership. And whereas Tom Schmidt has led his team to grow the Texas State Aquarium to the seventh largest aquarium in North America, advancing wildlife conservation and education work. And whereas Tom Schmidt raised nearly $100 million to support the expansion of the aquarium and its mission to engage people with animals, inspire appreciation for our seas, and support wildlife conservation. So now, therefore, pursuant of the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim November the 16th of 2021 Tom Schmidt Day in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I urge all of my fellow Corpus Christi residents to join me in recognizing Tom's tireless commitment to conservation and wildlife rescue in the coastal bend.
Well, I thank you so much, Mayor. This is truly an exceptional honor, and I accept this on behalf of our entire team, our professional staff, our volunteers, our Board of Trustees, every day working in alignment to execute our mission. We've been so fortunate. If I think about all the city managers, city staff, council members, mayors that I've had the opportunity to work with over the last 20 to 25 years, it really has been a remarkable relationship. I still, to this day, maintain that the Texas State Aquarium City of Corpus Christi public partnership is one of the most successful in the history of Corpus Christi. And it dates back from the city's early involvement to get the aquarium built, to helping refinance our debt, to a multitude of improvements on North Beach, and then most recently, a great thanks to the citizens of Corpus Christi for supporting our new Center for Wildlife Rescue. So it's been a remarkable journey, and we couldn't have done it without the city of Corpus Christi. The Texas State Aquarium wouldn't exist without the city of Corpus Christi, and so we're so thankful for that relationship, and I leave here very confidently knowing that the aquarium and the city will continue to prosper when they work together. So thank you so much, Mayor.
Great job for us, Tom. Appreciate it.
Mayor, if I could take a moment of privilege, Tom, before you leave, one of the other things I do for high pay in this community is serve as a member of the Board of Trustees of the aquarium. And I first came to the aquarium board in 2009, and if all of you remember who were working in this area in 2009, 2010, the economy was really in sore shape. And the first time I met with Tom, he told me, he says, we're going to raise $60 million to build the new Caribbean expansion onto the aquarium. And when he left my office, I thought, well, there's somebody you can't say no to. And Tom went out and did that. He raised $60 million. He twisted arms all over the state of Texas and got donations to build that. And it is a state-of-the-art facility that we can all be proud of. So, Tom, thank you very much for all you've done for the aquarium.
We'll miss you, Tom. Thank you. Thank you. In our next presentation, Brittany Sandback, who is with me now, she's with the American Heart Association. And Peter, if you'll come down. She has a special presentation for the city of Corpus Christi.
So my name is Brittany Sandback, and I'm the Heart Walk Director for the American Heart Association. And last month, we held our 25th annual Coastal Bend Heart Walk. But as a part of that, we had the biggest heart challenge between the city and the county. It was our 4th annual to do that. This traveling trophy has gone back and forth between the county and the city employees the last 4 years. And I wanted to present it to the city and announce that y'all were the winner of our biggest heart challenge this year. So.
Well, we had a good turnout this year. Last year with COVID, we did not participate in the year before, somewhat of an okay turnout. So great turnout from our city departments, their families. We had T-shirts that were identifiable this year. And the mayor and I were there, several of the council members, many of our family members. So we remember always the important thing is a healthy community, and this walk is one way to do that. We're appreciative of the Heart Association for being a year-long champion for such endeavors. And next year, we expect to get the trophy again because we're going to even be bigger, right? More city employees. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for those that participated.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And we have to say, the little plaques here, there's we just put the 4th one. So 3 of 4 years, city's been the leader. And so, like Peter said, we will continue that legacy. Yes.
Yeah, would you please send one of these pictures over to the county commissioner?
One more. Yeah.
Okay. Hi. Slide across. Yes, that's fine. We'll get everybody in. Yes, absolutely. Okay, and last but never least, we have our proclamation for National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. And let's see, who did y'all walk? Who walked? Everybody did. So, well, gosh, so I want to commend, because there was a walk a mile in our shoes. And that took place, it was the Hunger and Homeless Awareness Walk. And it started at Metro Ministries, ending at City Hall. So did y'all walk straight over here? How smart. Yes, so they just came straight over. Unfortunately, we can't join in that walk because we always have meetings before the meeting. But I want to commend you for that and the advocacy. So maybe come on in. And we've got 3 of the mayor's the mayor's food bank task force, Sally Onstead, Cynthia Garcia, and Marie Dixon, with us today as well to advocate and to join you in the efforts. And maybe we can make 2 rows here. Yeah, y'all scoot in. Yes. Okay. So whereas for over 25 years, the National Coalition for the Homeless and National Student Campaign Against Hunger and Homelessness have sponsored National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, and whereas this is an annual event for people to come together across the country to draw attention to the problems of hunger and homelessness through education, service, fundraising, and advocacy. The local Homeless Issues Partnership Incorporated sponsors the Walk a Mile in Our Shoes walk for the hungry and homeless and recognizes the 836 homeless individuals and families in the Corpus Christi area. And whereas this proclamation will help educate the public about the plight of men, women, and children in the coastal bend who are hungry and homeless daily. This will also encourage support for homeless assistance service providers, create valuable community service opportunities, and spotlight the community organizations who are committed to feeding, sheltering, and providing supportive services to citizens that are destitute situations. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby pronounce November the 13th through November the 21st of 2021 National Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week in Corpus Christi, Texas. And I encourage all citizens to recognize the needs of the hungry and homeless and support the organizations who assist these individuals and families. So thank you very, very much for everything that you do and advocate for.
I would just like to say thank you for all the agencies that came out and participated. It's so important for us to come together and work together, and it shows that we definitely can do that. And I also would like to thank the city for having us and letting us do the proclamation. Thank you guys, and I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so very much. Okay. So at this time, I'd like to ask those individuals in the audience who are here to be sworn in for a city commission board or committee to please come join me in the well. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Let me, yes. Yes, yes. Come on. Hi. Thank you. John, you're right here. Okay. Okay. So these individuals have been appointed by the city council to serve on a city commissioner board. And we're very proud of them. We're very appreciative of your time in advance because it is volunteer. And I just want you to know how much the importance of what you do in these meetings forthcoming, the weight that it carries here on council. So thank you in advance for serving. So with that, we have John Holmgreen, who will be serving on the Capital Investments Advisory Committee. John, thank you. We have Pooja Bingding Naval, Library Board. And we have James Pruitt, Landmark Commission. So would you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, and state your name, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of a member of the board to which I have been appointed and upon which I am about to enter, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state and of this city. So help me God. Congratulations. To go across. Okay, so you guys are free to leave. Y'all don't have to go back and sign anything. Yeah, thank you. Oh, let me get a quick picture. Oh, let me get a quick picture with those two. Okay. Okay, so it's noon, it's the noon hour, and that is our public comment time frame. I'll ask Mr. Risley if he could review the council meeting rules of decorum, please. And the rules will also be visible on the screens in the chambers for those of us joining us through our television sets.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So I will be calling each person in order in which you signed up electronically, and first we'll do our phone call-ins, which we have a few. Requests to make public comment by phone, I just said that. In-person public comment will be taken right after that. And I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of this meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address before speaking. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding a specific item on the agenda, you may do so. But when the council is considering that item, you will not be able to speak. So you can choose to speak now or speak once the item comes before us throughout the meeting. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you will see a timer underneath the base of the microphone, and it will let you know exactly how much time is left for your speaking time is left. So once the time's up, you'll hear a buzzer. If you will please start wrapping up your comments at that time, it is much appreciated. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, no, we'll call you in just a moment. We're going to take the call-ins first.
Control room, is there a presentation for Ms. Salinas?
Light, please. So the issue I'm identifying today is Corpus Christi's lacking mobility network. It lacks safety and is not optimized for those whose means of conveyance is cycling. In 2016, a survey was conducted by Coastal Bend in Motion, and 70% of respondents agreed that safety of the network is lacking. A more distinguished separation of cyclists and vehicles was and still is desired. Next slide, please. Lately, or more recently, Corpus Christi has been in the news for some of the following stories. A memorial was installed for a cyclist that was hit and who died on Paul Jones and SPID. The next bullet here, a petition to push for a safer mobility network has been established and is currently in the works and obtaining signatures of those interested. Another item in the news, a cycling teenager was struck while in the current bicycle lane infrastructure. Another bullet here, elderly man was hit due to the utilizing of the current patch system incorrectly. And you can see some of the other bullets here that one other item was that Corpus Christi, being a large military retirement community, could add to the quality of life for that demographic. For that, I believe it's second to the last bullet there. Slide 4, please. So I got this information from People for Bikes. This is how Corpus Christi ranks. The item on the top right indicates how condensed or stressful an area is for not just cycling, but pedestrians as well. The red indicates a high pedestrian and cycling stress area, and you can see that the red definitely outweighs the blue. And the scores in the left chart there, none of our scores are close to a quarter of the scale of the network optimization scale there. Next slide, slide 5. These are the benefits. Having a safer network promotes the reduction in traffic and congestion. It also keeps us ahead of the population surge that we've been experiencing. Safer paths also promote the quality or enhancement of the quality of life for those suffering from depression, and it also promotes community involvement. Slide 6, please. In 2016, a great plan was developed, but progress of this plan kind of fizzled. Next slide. So the plan identified some low-hanging fruit, and it outlined a great approach. However, like I said, it kind of fizzled. Next slide, please. This would be the second to the last slide. What I'm proposing is that city personnel reignite this plan. We already have the diagram developed, so I was looking to propose to regain.
Ms. Salinas, your time is up. Thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye. Go ahead and make your comment, ma'am. State your name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Shireen Del Sous. My address is 6030 Tapestry, and today I'd like to talk about why bike paths are protected bike paths, dedicated bike paths like we don't have, are important for the city. I'm going to present a video that's going to mention things like how 1 in 3 Americans own a bike. That's 100,000 people in Corpus Christi. We're going to talk about how the speed of pedestrians and bikes are very different. 3 miles an hour for pedestrians, 15 miles an hour for bikes, and they should not share the same path. So please play the video and you'll see this information.
Corpus Christi needs dedicated bike paths in our parks. Let's start with one. Currently, we have none. I don't really count the one by the ocean because there is no indication that it's for cyclists. The path is typically used by pedestrians. This is the way you clearly indicate that a path is for cyclists. Sadly, I don't count the bike path by the Joe Fulton corridor. I mean, it was such a beautiful idea having a bike path so close to the water, but sadly it crumbled into the water recently and it was closed off. So I have no idea when or if it will be repaired. So now we're at square zero. By the way, wide sidewalks don't count for me. Pedestrians shouldn't be in the same place where cyclists ride. Pedestrians walk 3 miles an hour, Bikes typically ride 15 miles an hour, so that's a big difference. It's really dangerous. So enough of these hike and bike trails. They're a joke. There's no way my family with my kid in a trailer would be able to ride in these so-called hike and bike trails. So here's an example of how other cities have done it. This is a beach in California. This is one in Toronto. And this is a park in Montreal. It can be done there, so why can't it be done here? The demand is there. 1 in 3 Americans own a bike. That's like 100,000 people in Corpus Christi. And we can't have one single dedicated bike path here in our parks? I'm not the only one frustrated. There is a petition with over 300 signatures, and this issue has been mentioned in the media. So please, when working on future park projects like North Beach, consider adding clearly marked dedicated bike paths. And for more information about this petition and what I've been doing, check out ibikecc.com.
Thank you for listening. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yes, this is Chris Phelan from 3806 Kingston Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. There's been a lot of talk coming out of the port from Sean Strawbridge making comments about how people who've been opposed to these bad decisions that the port's making are from outside. We're outsiders. I'm a fifth generation Texan. My great-grandfather and my grandfather were both captains in the Corpus Christi Fire Department. I have lived in Corpus on and off my whole life. I'm 52 years old. I'm here today to remind everybody that tonight at 7, between 7 and 9, the Texas Commission for Environmental Quality is having a public meeting on the... Now, this permit is opposed by lots and lots of people who live here in Corpus Christi and people all around the Bay, because as the port has done in the past, it's going to damage Corpus Christi Bay. It's going to hurt the ecosystem there. It's going to damage the fisheries. It's going to damage the bird population, and it's going to hamper tourism, because you cannot dump a bunch of brine into the bay and not affect the sea life. We already see this with Nueces Bay and the Nueces River Delta. The salinity there has hampered the aquatic life for decades. The Texas Parks and Wildlife has a video about that. It's called Water. It was made back, I believe W was still the governor, back when the Republicans were still sane, back when I actually voted for him sometimes. But anyhow, tonight we're going to have that meeting, and I encourage you, if you don't want to go spend $500 million on water you don't need, you need to attend that meeting and let them know. You do not want to let these people destroy the bay like they damaged it in the past. You people haven't listened to us. We've been telling you and telling you. We're not going to let you get that permit very easy. We're going to continue to fight this. We're going to fight it and fight it and fight it. We're going to fight it at the ballot box. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
the camps of non-Indigenous men that are employed to to basically extract from Earth Mother. So these abuses, this accosting of Earth Mother's resources and the negligence in our relationship with her is definitely abusive. It's definitely, Earth Mother is definitely female, and she has rights. She has inherent rights to be healthy for everyone, for every living thing. Every four-legged, two-legged, winged swimmers, every creepy crawler, every relative that we have. But this particular agenda item does not have enough money. I think you should go back and add some zeros and move the decimal point over, because it's a femicide what's happening to the women in our neighborhoods and our communities all around the world, but there in Corpus Christi, especially with the extractive industries that you have and that other corporate people are profiting from. So let's just include genocide, and it's a form of genocide, and not that it goes unnoticed. I don't know what you know, but perhaps we can talk about these things in the year 2022. I look forward to it. And my general public comment is simply do everything you can to uplift the 7 generations forward so they can have healthy oceans, beaches, and healthy seafood to nourish themselves. And I look forward to speaking with you again next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Monzo. Hello? Okay, thank you. Ms. Parkinson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you, go ahead and make your comment, state your name and address, please.
Okay. My name is Blanca Parkinson. I live at 10801 Silverton Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. I live in Northwest Corpus Christi, and just to follow up on what the gentleman just said, I can tell you that Nueces Bay is contaminated, and there is very little life there. It's like a wasteland. I'm calling in regards to the same permit, 13675, which was submitted by the city of Corpus Christi. I'm calling because in that permit, it's a 500-page document that's on the city's website. There's a letter which clearly states that the city deviated from the original regional water plan in 2016, which was the appropriate one for that time. This permit alone is 8 times the amount that was potentially needed in the original water plan. So originally we were going to need 120 MGD plant to fit manufacturing needs, not municipal needs. And this permit alone, not counting the port, not counting other ones that are circulating out there in the new water plan, this permit alone is 8 times the amount of water of what was recommended for the entire region in 2016. And the letter also states that preliminary information from the 2021 region and plan currently under development shows manufacturing needs within the 2020 to 2070 planning period, which the project can be shown to address, but does not identify municipal needs for the city of Corpus Christi or their customers. So basically, we're planning for industry up into 2070, but all the way to 2070, there is no municipal need, none, for Corpus Christi or its customers. So my request today is, first of all, please unblock my emails so that you all can be privy to these conversations that we're having with the EPA and the TCEQ. For some reason, my email's blocked from the city. And the second request is to please stop going on the news. Stop telling Paulo Salazar. Stop telling Seth Kovar. Stop going on the news and telling us over and over again that this water is for us, that our children are going to have to move away when they turn 18 if we don't get desal, that we're going to, as a community, run out of water. What's more expensive, running out of water or desal? Just stop lying. That's all I'm asking. Just stop lying to us and at least restore a little bit of the trust that might still be left with some of our leaders. Just come clean and stop lying to the community and let them decide if they want to commit 80% of their water to industry from now till 2070. And if they want to pay for the destruction of their base, let them decide and stop lying. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor, that concludes the phone and public comments.
Great, thank you. Now we'll go ahead and go on to the in-person. We have 3 people who signed up. Melissa Zamora would be first. Is she here? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Zamora. I live at 3917 Bronner Parkway. I'm here to urge everyone on the council as well as who is listening to this to go to the TCEQ public meeting tonight from 7 p.m. to 9 or however long the public comments last. It is very eye-opening, ear-opening to hear what the public has to say and the concerns that we have regarding desalination in Corpus Christi Bay. Now, I'm going to read through several facts on desalination in our current permit. There are currently no identified municipal needs for water to Corpus Christi or their customers, only projected future industries which we deserve the right to know about. If this permit, if granted, allows the city of Corpus Christi the option to build up to a 70 million gallon per day plant, more than 3 times the amount of the entire region's seawater desalination plan, we're just wondering why and where the public voice is in all of these decision makings with future manufacturing and oil and gas industries when we are in an economic and climate crisis, not only through the nation, but the globe, as we just had the COP26. This permit recklessly grants the city of Corpus Christi the opportunity and the option to transfer or sell water rights to a private company or to another entity, leaving residents with limited future water security and scarcity. So if we are ever in a drought situation, I believe that industry should be curtailed or limited first, and that desalination only in an emergency situation should be considered, and that's it. Not to bring on more industry that's not even here yet when we're in a water crisis. The Texas Water Development Board, their low interest loan would have to be renegotiated since it is site specific to the Inner Harbor. New terms of this loan have not been made available to the taxpayers, nor will it be enough to pay for a desalination plant of this size. Hauling of the toxic sludge and toxic chemicals from the shoreline through communities on the way to the landfill or Superfund site will create disruptive 18-wheeler traffic, impacting the quality of life for the folks on the way over, plus the chance of contaminating soils and crops and groundwater near and around the landfill. So going back to that Texas Water Development Board letter that was sent from the Water Planning Group, mentions that preliminary information from the 2021 Region End Plan currently under development shows manufacturing needs, again, through the next 50 years, but does not identify municipal needs. So why are you pushing that it's for us when it is clearly in your permit information for industry? We don't appreciate to be lied to, and I would really hope and pray that you would let the people vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Brandon Marks.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Brandon Marks. I live at 319 Rosebud Avenue in District 2. I am the Coastal Bend lead organizer with the Texas Campaign for the Environment and a member of CAPE, the Coastal Alliance to Protect Our Environment. I'm also here today to talk about the public meeting hosted by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, which is the Texas state environmental agency that considers and either approves or denies these pollution permits that folks ask for. So the reason I'm here today is to make sure that not only is the public aware, but that the City Council is aware of this meeting that is happening tonight. And thankfully, a few other people have already mentioned it. And so what I want to do is specifically state what is needed to join this meeting. It is a virtual meeting. And in order to join the meeting, you have to go to goto.com/webinar/join. The platform they use is GoToMeeting. And then when you're there, you enter in the webinar ID 930-5 500-283. So to repeat that, in order to join this meeting tonight, it's goto.com/webinar/join, and the webinar ID is 930-500-283. The meeting starts at 7 p.m. Because of the amount of public comments, they often go until 10 p.m. I encourage every single city council member and the mayor to participate yourselves. This is a permit that the city is applying for. Don't wait to hear about what happens during this public meeting secondhand, during a desalination workshop or update. I think it's important for our public officials to participate. And for members of the public who are here in this room today or listening online, I also encourage you, if you don't really know about desalination yet, please join this meeting and learn more. And if, like many of us in this city, and some of who have spoken today, are opposed to the granting of these permits, please come out to the public meeting, express your dismay at this permit, and ask the state environmental agency to deny this permit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. And last, we have Brian Watson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Brian Watson. I live at 5813 Hugo in Corpus Christi. I promised you several times a copy of a video that I finally obtained on fluoridation of water supplies, and I gave it to Ms. Huerta for her safekeeping. I hope that at least some of you will take the time to watch the video. It's just a DVD. All I have to do is plug it in and hit the right button, and it's easy to watch. So I do think we need to take the fluoridation matter seriously. I remember when I moved to Abilene in the mid-'60s, it was an issue there. We really hadn't heard much about it in West Texas and out in the Permian Basin. But the water situation, as all of you know, is critical for the whole state of Texas. And I don't think we can afford to get bogged down in petty politics. A friend of my family who over the years was a petroleum engineer and an executive with Gulf and then Chevron, told me once that if the public only knew how hard the oil and gas industry tries to honor environmental concerns and bring things to a point where they're not being forced down the public's throat, there would be a more open discourse for in the middle of problems like these. So in that regard, I'll just try to make myself available if anybody wants any more information. I'm through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. So that will conclude our public comment period. We will go on to section G, which is a presentation from the South Texas Botanical Gardens and Nature Center presentation by Michael Womack, Executive Director and Horticulturist.
Thank you, Mayor Guajardo, Council, Mr. Zanoni, for bringing us the opportunity to let you know a little bit about what's been going on at the Botanical Gardens. First of all, we do want to thank you for your support, particularly in the new budget where you have increased our marketing funds available for out-of-area marketing by $25,000. We're already using that. I'll tell you a little bit about that as we move on through the presentation. For those of you who don't know, the Botanical Gardens is on 182 acres of city park land, but we are not a city facility, that we are responsible for all of the development of that and upkeep, which we are doing. That came originally from a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant, and we opened on that site in 1996. Most botanical gardens in the state and the nation actually are part of a municipality, and we're not. But since then, we have provided over $3.25 million in improvements to our site, and that's through many grants and donations from people like that are on our board. We have a staff currently of 17, a combination of full and part-time people, but that has to cover horticulture, animal care, guest services, education, and administration with lots and lots of volunteers. With that, I just wanted to let you see where we are. We are located here on South Staples Street, as you'll see on this picture, and the main portion is about 20 acres. And with with what y'all have been able to do for us so far, we know that we're supposed to be getting this little muddy spot on the side turned into a new section of South Oso Parkway. With that, we're excited we'll be able to move our entrance to a safer place off of South Staples Street. And it's also led us to realize that we have to update our master plan. So we are in the process of taking RFPs. I wanted to let you know that we will do that through the end of this month. We'll be reviewing those in December and early January and selecting a firm with experience in botanical gardens development to help us create a new master plan over the next year or so. Some of the things that have been upgraded, let me find there we go. Some of the things we have been doing during the pandemic and this past year is upgrading our facilities. You'll see we have a new exhibit in our bromeliad house with this really interesting tree that we're mounting bromeliads on like you would find in a rainforest. We've been able to upgrade our reptile room during the shutdown of COVID. We took that as an opportunity to completely revamp that space and modernize it because we do have lots of kids that enjoy our tortoises, our snakes, our reptiles. So we want to make the best facility we can with the resources we have. We've also taken our butterfly house over the last few months, completely renovated that, adding rock and elements to reduce our lizard population there. We've also, as you know, probably did suffer quite a bit from the freeze, but we took that as an opportunity to go and improve many of our garden spaces. So we're very excited. We've had no fatalities in our animal department during that, and only our tropicals were really severely hurt. The other thing is on our trails. This past about 2 months ago, we were able to, Wildlife in Focus has been a partnership with us, and they've been able to replace the signs that have the award-winning photographs from their photo contest. So we were able to upgrade that. So this is a place that people can experience nature photography in nature. You don't find that anywhere else. And so it's a really unique thing. And that was partly done through one of the City of Corpus Christi Arts and Culture grants that y'all gave to Wildlife in Focus. We also are recently installed a covered pavilion. We're trying to get the groundwork done on that now underneath it so that we can have an outdoor learning center that was funded through AEP. And so we're looking forward to that because in the spring we're going to start bringing kids back. We've already had those inquiries and we're so excited to finally get kids back on after not having them there for 2 years due to COVID. So with that, you know, lots of things are going on. I wanted to show you just a few quick pictures of some events that are being done at the Botanical Gardens. Y'all probably saw Moonlight in the Gardens. It returned to the Botanical Gardens for the first time in 5 years about 2 weeks ago. And so it was great to have it outside. We had about 500 people there seeing what was new in the Botanical Gardens. And everyone had such a good time. And they were so excited to get to be with each other in a safe outdoor environment. Thank you for those of you who were able to attend and support us in that project. So we're looking forward to next year, bringing that back in October. And then we're moving right along to one of the things we're doing is Holidays, which is a holiday celebration at the Botanical Gardens. And we stay open late, and we market this also to our drive markets so that people coming to Corpus Christi have more to do while they're here for the weekend. We light up the garden spaces. We have beautiful Christmas trees. We have opportunities for photos with the kids. We had a poinsettia tree this year. It's being transformed into a bromeliad tree this year. Lots of decoration throughout. You can visit with Santa and take advantage of those photo opportunities. We'll have hay rides during the days on Saturdays, petting zoos, all being supported by our local industry. So we're very excited about Holidays. Even come take a picture with one of our giant tortoises who may or may not be real happy with that costume. But it's a lot of fun. We invite y'all to come out and visit Holidays out at the Botanical Gardens during the month of December. Runs from Thanksgiving till Christmas. Then the last couple things that are there, Big Bloom is going to return in April. First time, this is our biggest day of the year, 5,000 to 6,000 people. It does bring people in from all around. We're very excited about that. Coming back this next year, to the Botanical Gardens. It was also named the best of the best #1 community event. So we are really excited to bring that back to our community because the community has enjoyed that through the years. A great chance to see that. Other things that we were recognized through Best of the Best. Local visitor attraction, event venue, wedding venue, place for birthday parties, shopping boutique, things that we do that we take pride in at the Botanical Gardens. And then our final thing I wanted to mention was our birdiest festival in America. We have already put in advertisements in all of the major birding magazines. That is coming up in April. This past year, we had 163 people, which may not seem like a lot, but despite COVID, we had people from 17 states come to Corpus Christi to come birding in April last year when they had difficulty getting here with travel restrictions. This year, we're expecting that to double and have close to 300 participants. We also think that bringing in David Sibley, who is like the birder of birders, is going to be here doing our keynote address on Friday, the 23rd. He's going to be doing a talk on what it's like to be a bird, which is also the name of his most recent book. That'll be April 20th through the 24th. It's being sponsored by Flint Hills Resources. But we also got the money from Mr. Sibley, again, from y'all through a Parks and Rec grant from 2 years ago, which we paid then, and we're waiting now for him to come and do. So thank you again for that kind of support through the years. But we do have birders from all over the nation coming here to see what makes Corpus Christi unique. We had 289 species during the festival this year, which is more than any other festival has ever had. We have a grand total of 314 species over a 4-year total. This tells people why Corpus Christi is the birdiest city in America. We were for 10 years before that contest stopped. We're excited to bring those people back to Corpus Christi from all over the country. And we're glad to be a part of that, to bring attention to Corpus Christi, and it's through the help of things that y'all have done with those hot funds. So I wanted to thank y'all again for that. I did want to mention quickly that we did have some of our board members here. If y'all could stand for us right here. A few had to leave earlier, but I know that BJ Kershaw, Gay White, Bob Ferguson, Mary Jane Kroll, our marketing director, is also here. Mrs. Hicks had to leave earlier. Want to thank them for coming to support us as well. Anyway, do y'all have any questions for me?
I want to thank you, and I want to tell you, and I know probably at least 4 of our council members who came on at the same time I did, probably 4 or 5 years ago, sat down and we visited with you, or some of your board members, and I was beyond impressed at, what asset we really have, and this is a partnership, as you've mentioned, between the city of Corpus Christi and the Botanical Gardens. The economic impact that the Botanical Gardens brings to our city and economy is bar none. It's amazing. We do not take you for granted. This is why we request certain presentations as such, so that we are all apprised of what you do and how you do it and how the partnership works and why it works. So I'm very appreciative. I'm very supportive of the Botanical Gardens.
We know.
And I will continue to be, and that was a promise I made
Yes.
back then.
Thank you for doing
So I
that.
will uphold that promise. But I know my council members also have comments. So again, thank you for being here. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And Michael, I want to thank you for politely mentioning the South Oso Parkway. It is something that actually myself and the city manager had a conversation with about last week. And he will be definitely, as soon as we get some definitive answers on that, I will be reaching out to you and letting you know.
Great. Thank
Okay?
you so much.
Thank you.
Councilman Molina. I'm sorry, Pesley. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had the distinct pleasure of working with Michael and the group at Botanical Gardens on numerous occasions, even when I was county commissioner, in relation to our Hawkwatch facilities out in the northwest area, which are, before I became commissioner, I had no idea how many people were involved in that. I mean, it's like 300 or 400 people come to our city every year for the Hawkwatch event, and the area of northwest area of Nueces County is the largest intersection of hawks of anywhere in the world, and it's just amazing. And when you sit down and talk to Michael and they will tell you that we have more species of birds here in our city than most states have. And so that's pretty amazing. And Michael, thank you for all the work that you and your team do. And I too am a big supporter, and we'll do everything we can to help you guys grow.
Thank you.
Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. I remember those conversations years back when several of us had first came on visiting with you and your staff there, and to see where you are now from where you were when we first came on, it's a big difference. And I want to encourage the public to really take advantage of this amenity that we have here. I know my family and I, we go out there every once in a while, and we enjoy the sights and the animals, and just connecting with nature. It's what it's all about. And you made a comment that the Birdiest City competition, it's no longer...
It was held for 10 years back in the early 2000s, and it has been discontinued by the Audubon Society, International Audubon.
Well, I'd like to think that it's our fault.
I think it is.
Yeah, no other
and
city
we are
could
thus
compete
the
with the city of
reigning
Corpus Christi.
city,
Yes.
Birdiest City.
Camps.
And that's why we called our festival the Birdiest Festival in America, and it truly is. Thank you again.
Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Michael.
I do look forward to coming back and telling you, our Parks and Wildlife grant, they are in the process of doing the legal side of it. So they added one more thing they wanted us to add. So hopefully we'll be able to show you that and break ground and get that done very quickly, early in 2022.
Great, and thank you to your board members who are here today.
Thank you all again.
Yes, thank you all. Okay, so next I am going to move item number 30 up, which is our briefing from Flatiron Dragados on the Harbor Bridge replacement project.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, Council, Roland Mata with the Public Works. I'll be introducing Lynn Allison with Flatiron Delgado.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. Good morning, Lynn.
Mayor, can I point out as Lynn comes up that also joining us today is Valente Olivares, the
Yes,
TxDOT regional
TxDOT.
engineer. We want to thank him for making time out to be here today.
Yes, and then we have also...
And Lynn
So
wanted
I
to-
was going to
Oh,
jump
you're gonna
into
do-
the
we're
introduction, but
taking
thank
your
you, Manager
thunder,
Zanoni.
yeah.
Good afternoon, friends and council members and mayor. Thank you all for having us today. I am joined by our manager of traffic. She is over the maintenance of traffic and operations and maintenance as well. This is Christina Duskin. It's very appropriate that she walked in with her safety vest on, because it shows just what her day is like. She's in the office, close to my office, but she's constantly out of the field responding to calls from me. We have relationships with everyone from the city manager's office on down here, so it's great to have Christina with us. We also have Nick Manfredini on the line, who's our project engineer at Flatiron Dragados, and evidently they're having a hard time hearing. For those attending virtually, I don't know if there's something that can be adjusted there.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we have, I'm sorry?
You have some members attending by WebEx or listening?
Yes, he's on the WebEx link.
We are having an issue with that today.
Okay.
He can view the meeting on YouTube.
Okay,
I'll
so
see.
he's just on standby as
Okay.
our project manager, Keith Armstrong, had a scheduling conflict today, so I'd asked Nick to be on standby. He can, if I need him to answer a question that Christina and
in.
I can't handle, we'll get him to call in or
Okay, very good.
something like that. I'm not too worried about it. I think we've got it covered. And then thank you, of course, to Valente for being here to join us. We're certainly in a partnership with TxDOT, and it is a busy time, and to have the district engineer over District 5 and Ricky Daly as well. It's a busy time, and we appreciate their joining us today. So we're going to just start. We've done the introductions. I have 14 slides that are no frills. We're going to talk about construction and progress today. You've all seen renderings of the project and the lighting display, so we're going to get into the weeds of what's going on. It's difficult to make the headaches of constant detours, congested roadways, delays more palatable, but I'm here to tell you we're moving on all cylinders project-wide. And aside from the construction progress, we'll get into your questions here towards the end, if that's okay. So I'll just roll through this. Here we have, oh, yeah, it's right here next to me. I have an agenda where we're going to just talk about, like I said, the construction progress from roadworks. I want to go out and touch on our precast yard in Robstown, the north approach, the south approach, the cable stay bridge and towers associated with that, our workforce that we've been ramping back up, and take your questions. So with that, next slide. Am I in control of the slides here? Oh, okay. Okay, next slide. There we go. So can we just do the in presentation mode and not, there we go. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, so here we are with the South Interchange traffic movements. I've said this so many times to different groups, and I apologize if I'm repeating this. I know we were back in May, and this is a carryover, but the complexity of what's going on here in this photo with the South Interchange and the traffic movements is not something to take for granted. You can see the work of all 4 new direct connectors coming together. At the end of September, we opened the first of 4 connectors, which connects the northbound 286 to northbound IH37. The connector on bottom here, we plan to bring that online later this winter, connecting southbound 37 to southbound Crosstown Expressway. This late summer, early fall, we had 3 significant traffic movements that were somewhat of a hiccup for most people, and we get it. My office deals with calls like this on a constant basis. Trying to keep live traffic moving while we're trying to build new roadways is no small task, and it's a big group effort. We follow detailed traffic control plans, work with our stakeholders like the city, and then as needed, we deviate where we can to accommodate for, any unforeseen delays. I want you to notice all the demolition going on. Starting in September, we began demolishing 3 of the existing direct connectors. You can see all this embankment dirt and fill that we're having to come off the project. It's about 600,000 cubic yards of embankment dirt that we're moving in the next year to 2 years between what's going on around the south side and the north side of the project. You can also see here how this Leopard Street corridor is coming together in the lower right-hand portion of the photo. It's going to fly over 286 and underneath these direct connectors, and that will really create a corridor coming down southbound 37 to jump off on Port Avenue and connect to the uptown area, to the courthouse, to City Hall, and really service this uptown Corpus Christi. Go to the next slide here. Next slide. There. That's okay. There we go. The Northwest Loop ramp. It took a while for people to figure it out. I drive this route every morning, and I watch people. I'm watching people. I'm holding my breath, and it seems like most people have figured this out. We opened this in August, I believe. Like I said, 3 major traffic movements at one time. This is a permanent configuration. Accessing it, depending on where you're coming from, are some temporary configurations. I understand people are figuring out the signage and don't necessarily know what 286 is versus what we all know is Crosstown Expressway. I'm from here. I get it. We're all used to getting in our cars and driving one way and not thinking about any change or deviation. We're working with, the city staff and others to update signs, to bring on new signs. Christina and her team added 70 new signs to accommodate the C District, the Bayfront, the uptown area, to find these new traffic patterns. Make sure I didn't miss anything here. Let's go to the next slide, please. Here we go. I'm going to jump out to Robstown and our precast yard, and I like to go to Robstown in between talking about the south and north side of the project, because right out here is what's really going on to get back into the bridge and to get back into working on, we never stopped working on the approaches. But you can see here out in Robstown, we are in full production back again on main span segments and delta frames, which are cast side by side and have to be done so because they fit literally like Lego pieces. And this is all utilizing that 170-year concrete mix that's all in our superstructure of our approaches and our towers and our cable stay bridge. Last spring, we finished a huge milestone in casting all the segments for the north and south approach. There was 1,869 segments. Of those segments, we've transported 1,254 segments to the north and south approach for staging and lifting. Just last month in October, we transported 54 segments to the south approach, so we're really getting along and getting these segments staged. It takes a lot of ground preparation to stage each one of these segments underneath our gantry crane. They each have to be transported on their own 18-wheeler with their own traffic control plan, and they come down Leopard Street, turn on Port Avenue. So I would avoid that area in the early morning because you might get stuck behind one of these segments moving down the highway. This summer, we reconfigured molds out in Robstown to resume casting the main span segments. We have 2 molds in production, which are casting the northbound and southbound segments, which are different widths due to the shared use path. We have mold 8 in production as well out there casting the delta frame segments for our main span. So moving along in Robstown, I'm going to go over to the north approach, and I put the north approach. Excuse me, I get into this construction. I talk a little fast. I'll have to take sips of water. I put the north approach slide in with the North Roadworks slide because much of the roadworks that's going on North Beach, which has been a little frustrating. We just finished a detour last night, which has been received very well. I drove it this morning, heading northbound on 181. You're now driving onto smoother, easier turf, easier asphalt coming off the bridge. We had a couple of weeks in there where we had to do a traffic shift, and it was a little bit bumpy coming off the bridge, so that's been rectified as of this morning. We have to keep shifting traffic around, and we only have the same amount of square footage to build new lanes and to begin working on these foundations for the north approach, which that's also happening beginning late November, early December. And I'll let Christina address specific traffic questions too as I get into the end of this. I'm not trying to step on her. We just work so closely together. It's easy for me to flow through this. But like I said, we're getting ready to start the footings for these last remaining spans that need to be lifted for the north approach and how that'll connect to US 181. So in order to start all that, we have to do ground preparation, demolition. We have to shift traffic around to start working over here on this, the foundations and footings and where we have all those piles staged for the north approach. We're going to go back over to look at the South Approach construction progress. You can see here, I want to point out the ongoing excavation, which is part of our drainage portion and design of this project. We've all realized we've had record rainfalls this year, and we have had to do some unfortunate closures of some of our new detours because this area just south of here is one of the lowest lying areas in the city, and we have to address the drainage along the way. We can't finalize and tie in our final drainage to this triple canal until we can get all our equipment and finish this interchange. So it's going to be a while before we can finish, with the drainage over here at the south interchange. That being said, we have between Bridge 21 and 22 here, or 20 and 21 here on the Salt Flat Channel, we have excavation going on to continue making that deeper and wider, and we're getting ready to start pouring those walls to stabilize that channel. Back to the actual structures here. The embankment roadway leading up to the approach is now about 85% complete. All of our crews are driving this roadway. Instead, they used to climb scaffolding to get up here and access the gantry. Now they're just driving their vehicles right on up here. You may have seen some fire vehicles or some emergency first responders up here and in the area. They're going through regular drills. They're practicing drills up here for rescues and just going through drills, so don't be alarmed if you see a fire truck in this area. The superstructure crews have completed erecting 25 of the 50, I'm sorry, I'm back on the wrong one there. 27 of the 57 spans have been erected here on the south approach. We're more than 85% complete with the foundations and footings. We only have 2 more pier caps to finish on the regular columns, and then we'll get into talking about the backspan piers as part of this south approach. Next, we'll go into the launching gantry crane segment erection. This photo is from September, and the gantry crane has now back launched back towards the south abutment. But what's interesting, so we're getting ready to start lifting spans 15S northbound ramp and on up to 10S northbound ramp. But what's really unique about this photo that I wanted to point out is back in September, October, this gantry erected a 200-foot span over the railroad track, which took significant planning, compliance with our partners at the UPRR, and there was an environmental component as we're working here near these wetlands. You can see on the bottom of this photo the significant staging of the segments in this sort of marshy area. A lot of time and attention was paid to erecting this span over the railroad track. So we successfully finished that span, launched forward, and now have back launched to begin erecting these ramp spans. Okay, we'll get into. These are the backspan piers I was just mentioning. Of course, we completed, before we paused the construction on the main span, the north side backspan piers, which provide intermediate support to the cable stay towers. We've now resumed construction on the south approach, northbound and southbound backspan piers. So we're here at lift, and this photo was from last month as well, but we're here on lift 3 with the picture on the left, and the right side is the northbound. We're here on lift 3 with this backspan pier, and lift 1 on the south approach, southbound backspan pier. So these are significant. The concrete pours are continual, can last up to 24 hours for one of these lift segments. So just to give you an idea, we have crews working around the clock on this project, not just on the approaches and the towers, but on the roadworks as well. Back to the roadworks, much of our work and our closures are done at night as to avoid as much frustration to the commuting public as possible. All right, so with that. So here we are going to look at our north pylon. We resumed construction on the tower. I was very excited to report late this summer. Both towers are, like I said, have crews working 24 hours a day. The tower pours are, again, the 170-year mix that take up to 30 hours to continue a pour. So crews continue working around the clock and on the rebar that keeps going up along with the concrete pours. Right now, the north pylon is about 3 weeks ahead of the south pylon. Just to give you an idea of exactly what's going on here, kind of on the left, you can see what's the tower table base, and all of this below this is substructure. Here you see with the yellow and green, that's going to be also how our tower table is built. This false work or formwork that you see here, scaffolding, that's where we're going to pour cast in place to create these struts coming off to support the tower table base. Right now, we're working on lift 11. It's nearing completion on the north side of the project. The ducts and post-tensioning bars are installed as the reinforcement is going up. At this pace, the concrete pours that will occur in November should complete the lift 12. Like I said, this shoring is there to support this table that will get erected next. The upper tower, which is going to be called Lift 1, should begin work on the upper tower in January. So we're, again, moving forward. Much ground preparation that you can maybe not see here is underway as we're bringing in this giant crane to lift these segments off the ground. We're going to have 2 cranes working in tandem, but a specialized crane has to come in to lift these segments off the ground. So there's a lot of ground preparation in place to bring in these giant cranes on each side of this project. On the south pylon, you can really see the close-up here on how much has progressed since we resumed construction. And by the way, the ARIP CFC team did submit their final recertification and analysis. That was submitted late this summer as well, which gave us the green light to go forward. So we're really happy to have mobilized teams quickly and brought them back onto these towers. We were able to bring back some of our workforce that we had moved to other projects. So we have that specialized workforce that knows what they're doing with this type of construction. Again, on the south tower, the rebar installation of the tower table base, or lift 11, is progressing at a steady pace. Here again, you can see this sort of false work or shoring that's in place. And it will support these cast in place lower struts. We also have on off-site, but in storage, some of the epoxy strands that will make up the cables for the bridge as it comes to that point. I'll go to the next slide. So I touched on our workforce. Since June, we've brought in about 150 specialized crew, craft, superintendents, foremen, and project engineers. We had to do some shuffling around about this time last year, so we've re-upped our workforce. These guys in the photo on the left are up working on the South Tower. The guys on the right, you can see, is Christina's team and our operation and the maintenance crew, and they do just about everything on the project. Safety is our number one priority, not just for the commuting public, for our workforce as well. We have mechanisms in place to keep our crews safe while they're working on the roads. We have continual fall protection training. If it's blowing 10 miles an hour on the ground, it's blowing 35 miles an hour up here, and I've been on top, and it's pretty scary. But it's fun to watch these guys, and they really are work together like a team. And there's a lot of trust involved in what they're doing, especially as these towers get higher and higher. I feel like I blew through that so quickly. All right, so with that, my office is always available. We get calls around the clock that I will send out our crews to assess if there's an incident near the project right away. It is something our team will help the CCPD go out and help with our attenuators and manage traffic, from potholes, repairs to debris in the road. You can imagine we get it all. I post monthly project photos on our website, on our Facebook page. There's a 5-minute project video. You can go on our Facebook page or our website and see. I was going to bring it today, but it was a little bit too big to load. I didn't trust it loading and playing without the buffering. But I would encourage you to do that. We have regular outreach, like I said, with Manager Zanoni and his staff. The conversations that go on prior to me and our team coming before you are immense. So please know that there's a lot of outreach going on, a lot of communication among our stakeholders. With that, I really did fly through this, but we're here and ready to start taking your questions.
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you for being here, Valente. Thank you for coordinating this presentation, which was much needed and appreciated by all, I know. A couple of questions. So what is the completion date for the installation of the north and south? North-south towers, as well as installing suspension cables?
I don't know if Dragados can answer the completion dates for those specific installations, but I can tell you that Flatiron Dragados' current construction schedule is forecasting completion of the entire main span bridge in 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
Yeah, so that may have been your question, right? When are they going to complete the bridge?
No.
No.
Yeah, it does overall. But I would like to know if he can come up, whoever can answer, the north and south towers and the cable. Like, what are the anticipated dates of those?
Sure. So we have short interval schedules, Mayor. We have look-aheads from month to month. I'm not sure if Nick can hear, but in my monthly status report, like I just said, we're 85% complete with the substructure. There are hundreds of packages to this project, and each tower lift is one package. The table is one package. Each cable running through, that's one package. That's what you get in a design-build project. So yes, I can break that down, but it's not a June of 2021. It's not as simple as that to tell you, yes, this is when the tower will be done, because once these upper towers start going up, it all gets built together. It has to be in a certain sequence. So is Nick on the line to maybe expand upon that? I left my phone back there, but can you call him?
Okay.
But
We'll come back to that
Sure.
if you want to let us and see where we're at.
Not a problem.
The pictures you saw there with the form, actually, if you go outside and see it, the forms that are going up right now, and that table tower that they're talking about, when that's complete, you're really going to see that tower just start taking off.
Right. Okay. And then lastly, and then we have another inquiry, is the budget. How is the budget looking on this?
The budget, same as last time we spoke in May. Any deficits or cost savings are going to be realized here these next few years, right? So we won't be able to tell you where we're at total till the end of the project or close to the end of the project.
Are we on budget?
Are we on
No.
budget? We are currently using the same budget. We've had some change orders throughout the project with some increases, but like I said, we're going to have some years here that we're really looking for some efficiencies that we'll be able to take advantage of. So.
Okay. Mr. Presley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just, so I noticed in your first pictures there, Lynn, where it looks like the access for people who are coming from the north, what I call the northbound lane of I-37, I call them north and south. The police department calls them east and west, so.
We get that, and we struggle internally with that too. I'm sorry.
So, but I call the side, if you're headed out of Corpus, the northbound side.
That's how we overall view it, because we think of heading to San Antonio, and once you go in that direction, you're heading north. But
Right.
it is confusing because we call the frontage roads westbound and eastbound, but then in my traffic advisories, we refer to northbound and southbound on
Yeah.
37, so.
Anyway, not making fun of the police department, Mike, I'll just have a different nomenclature. But, so I was confused about, is there gonna be access if you're coming southbound into Corpus Christi? I didn't see a lane that curved into the new Harbor Bridge.
That'll be a direct connector.
That'll
That'll
be
be
a
one of
dir-
the 4 direct connectors, yes.
Okay, so it
To
will
head
be
north
there.
on 181 to Portland, yes.
Okay. And,
Or more like a flyover, if you will. Like I said, if you haven't driven on the first of 4 of those is complete, so it'll be going in a different direction, but that'll be the type of direct connector that you're on.
okay. And if I remember right from the original plans, there is gonna be a hike and bike lane segmented on the new
Yes,
Harbor Bridge.
absolutely.
Is the hikers separated from the bikers, or,
No, sir. It's a 10-foot wide
they're
shared
gonna-
use path, so it's meant for, shared use, being bikes, walkers,
you may wanna consider adding
Three-wheel.
a painted line down the middle of that 10-foot deal.
That's certainly will be
Just giving you
noted.
some
And more importantly.
heads up.
There's also a 10-foot shoulder, Councilman, that is a 10-foot buffer to that 10-foot wide shared use path that will make significant, there's no buffer right now. Like coming on and off of the bridge, one of the reasons we're replacing this bridge is because there is no shoulder. There's narrow lanes, and there's going to be 10-foot wide shoulders on each side of the north and southbound main lanes.
Okay. Is that the same 10-foot the bikes will use too?
No, it's a separate 10-foot.
Separate, so there's 20 foot of
Yes.
space there.
Correct.
For 10 foot for the hikers and
Yes, sir.
bikers and 10 foot for,
Let me, there's a concrete barrier separating the traffic that has that 10-foot shoulder and the 10-foot shared use path. So it's not a 20-foot free space, it's 10
right.
feet of
right.
shared use
So
path.
you do have a concrete separation there to
Correct.
protect the hikers and bikers. Okay. So by your completion dates, and we're looking at summer to late 2024 for total completion
Of the main span, correct.
of the main spans.
Yeah, to be
Okay,
able to
what's your prediction for the completion of the project in total?
Should be a year of demolition. So a year after that is where Flatiron Dragado's schedule shows completion for the entire project.
Okay. So at what point will you shut the old Harbor Bridge down and start dedicating people onto the new bridge? I guess that's the date I'm looking for.
The 2024.
2024.
Yeah, the
So
2.5 year
summer to
date.
late 2024, you
Correct.
should be, and the existing bridge will be shut down. Okay. This doesn't have anything to do with the bridge, but while you TxDOT guys were here, I wanted to ask if you could help with something.
Don't worry, we expect this, so.
Well, there's actually 2 things. One, if you're going northbound on 37, TxDOT is doing some work there close to the Calicote exit, and you have put up some concrete barriers to the inner part of the expressway, so your guys can work in there, and I understand that. But the one you're on the northbound side, it sticks out, and there's probably been no less than 15 cars that have run into that concrete abutment because at nighttime, it's especially hard to see. It's not marked with red flags or cones or anything. The other side is smooth, but I realized you needed extra room, obviously, on that side. But if there was some way y'all could mark that where people, I don't know if the chief has had to work any accidents out in that area, but I've seen new tire marks on it almost daily.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. We'll take a look at our, it could be a routine maintenance contract or a construction project, but we'll take a look at it to see how we can
Yeah, I'm afraid
delineate that a
somebody's
little
gonna
bit.
hit that thing and divert over into the
And it's
center
northbound
traffic.
direction, right?
It's the northbound direction side. And the other thing we need a little help on, Councilman Lerman and I were just discussing this morning. We have, we created this really nice County Road 52 road that intersects with your 1889 road that is TxDOT's, if I understand correctly. And we need to look at a traffic, not necessarily maybe a signal, but maybe a blinking light at that intersection. We've had a number of accidents that have occurred there. It's very dark at that intersection at night. I was able to get a street light put up there when I was still county commissioner. But if we could look at the possibility of maybe putting a blinking light or something, and I'll let you guys be the decision makers on how that should be handled. But
You want us to work with the city manager and the staff?
that'd be great.
Absolutely.
That'd be great. And that section of County Road 52 is maintained by the county, but the farm to market belongs to you guys, so I figured you'd be the best one to talk to. So, that about cover it, Councilman? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, and great presentation, Lynn.
Well,
Thank you
sure, I
very
got
much.
off lucky. TxDOT had more
Probably
work than I
more.
did.
Yeah, okay, and we have two more.
I know, Councilman, if not,
We have three more.
I know, I missed you on the radio, neither one of you. I was thrown for a loop by Commissioner Chesney this morning.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, with regards to the bridge, I know we had talked about the off-ramp going off to, northbound off-ramp going on to North Beach. There's only going to be one exit now, and how that traffic pattern's going to work. Have you worked it out with the city as to how that's going to look, or is there any discussion on that?
I'm not exactly sure what your question is. Are you?
yeah, you're referring to the traffic movements, permanent traffic movements on North Beach after the new installation of the exit ramp, right? Whether
Correct.
they'll
Correct.
use a turnaround or whether they'll turn right at Beach Avenue. So I am not aware unless the FDLC and their staff have met with the city to discuss those traffic movements.
Councilman, if I can add to that. So we recently have pulled out the maps because we want to know as well for two reasons. One, for the off-ramp for vehicular traffic, but also for the bike hike trail. We need to know we know where it is on this side of the bridge. We're not too sure on the other side. So just this morning, in fact, Neiman got me some maps. So we'll be spending time with TxDOT and Flatiron to better understand it. We may need to improve both, one or both of those off-ramp destinations.
Okay, it just, I could see it as a problem if it's a stop on Beach Avenue to,
Right.
and then.
Right.
you know,
Councilman Lermer and I also talked about it at a neighborhood meeting recently, so it's on our radar.
Okay.
And we'll be addressing it. Yep.
Okay, my second question, similar to Councilman Pusley, Regional Parkway. And I know I've had conversations with our friends over at the MPO, who's over there. I want to identify him out there.
Right.
And possible funding coming from the federal government, if you could just kind of broach on that, if we can, that's kind of a mobility issue for us on the south side, plus, a second crossing over to the island, since Councilman Smith just stepped out. So I'd like to kind of get your thoughts on that.
Sure. Just to clear it up, because I know you've asked this question before to our area engineer who was here. Are you asking TxDOT because of our role with the MPO?
Well,
because I thought
it's obviously something we can't do as a city. It's outside our city limits, and it's King Ranch, and it's something that we have to work with the MPO, but it affects our mobility considerably on the south side and on the island. And so we can't do it without you. So that's why I brought it up.
Right.
And
So I'll give you examples of how these are done, because it's an off-system project. It's not on our system, so it's not a TxDOT project. However, in the past, local governments have got together for the advanced planning, clearing these alignments, the feasibility to be one. I think the MPO took part in that. So you clear it, you go to public involvement, do the environmental clearance and design, and then we say, okay, TxDOT, we got a project ready, right? And so we're in queue now The project is a good project. Now we're competing against the rest of the state. I mean, I got a bias here for this region, so I'll do what I can to get whatever we can here, but it's up to the locals first to be able to get these projects ready.
So what do you need from us?
Just as I mentioned, we got to get the projects ready.
Yeah, and Councilman, if I may, I'm on that board, so I'm very happy to sit with you because these are plans, future plans that the MPO discusses once a month. So that's something that we can absolutely sit down and talk about.
Well, and I know
because it's really not. I mean, you're a board member.
Well, I know in past, and you can ask our MPO representative here out here that. It is something that we worked hard on, and we even put in a bond project to extend Rodfield Road, so we can at least start that process on our part from the city's part, because that's really all we can do on this side of Oso Creek. So as part of a priority for us as a city and mobility-wise, it is something that, I know I've been pushing for the last 3 years.
Sure, understandable. So there's I just want to remember two parts of this, right? For TxDOT involvement, if we're asking for funding for the project is one thing, and the other that it's an off-system project, so any new lanes that come into TxDOT on-system are new lanes that we have to maintain. So we got to just keep that in mind when we're trying to, ask for construction funding down the line when we get these projects ready to put us in a better position from the rest of the cities across the state that are asking for money.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilman Molina.
If I can just go back real quick, Councilman Hernandez, just so we're clear, I didn't mean to sound like I stumbled over your question, but we do work closely with city staff. They reached out to me and asked me for the specific schematics and the release for construction plans, and we've just recently shared that on the shared use path landing and the Burleson Street area parking. Again, it's on a sort of request by request basis, but we're certainly working with city staff upon their request to share those schematics and those traffic control plans down the road.
Okay, I know it's just been an issue, a question's been hanging out there for a while.
Okay.
And we want to make, I don't want to
Right.
gloss over it, so that's why I brought it up.
Sure, I received the email last week from the public works staff and responded immediately with the maps, so.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you give us some information about the maintenance of the existing Harbor Bridge? I know that there's been some issues where there's some debris falling off the bridge.
Yeah, so I don't know if council is aware, but we inspect the Harbor Bridge yearly, and you probably tell when we have the lane closures up there during the day to be able to do the inspection. So whatever recommendations we receive from those inspections, we put into place the following year through some kind of maintenance program. So I know we'll have something here in 2022 where we'll be repainting some joints. There's some kind of preventive maintenance that we'll be doing on the Harbor Bridge, and we'll continue to do this until it is no longer active. So we still have an inspection and a maintenance program that's ongoing with the Harbor Bridge.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that information. You hear things out in the community, and there's some misinformation out there. Yeah. So
thank you for the question. I mean, that's why we're here, right? You hear it from the community. I want to make sure that we can.
Yeah. So you have your continuing maintenance and inspections.
Correct.
On an annual basis on the existing Harbor Bridge.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Make mine real quick. You mentioned earlier that y'all were putting up, or you just put up a bunch of extra signs. Just a quick suggestion, go back and check those signs at nighttime. Some of the angles where you're coming around, some of them are hard to see. Maybe the glare isn't on some of the signs as strong as they were when they were first put up, but please double check those because we are getting some concerns. Other than that, thank you for getting the bridge up and going again, and it's looking good. So thank you very much. Appreciate y'all being here.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman. And one other thing, I didn't touch on this in our presentation just because it's so much detail, but we've installed and brought online 7 of those high mast lights around the interchange and on the North Beach side of the project that provide, I forget the actual illumination number, but we absolutely appreciate the feedback, and we do need to, and we do respond when there's a sign that's askew or is not reading right. Thank you for the comment, and we respond to that and take it very seriously.
Lynn, thank you. Valentin, thank you very much. I don't think we have any more other comments or questions.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yes, thank you. We'll move on to Section H, City Manager's Comments, Update on City Operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the council, we have 4 items today to talk to you about. The first one is our fourth quarter budget and finance report. And then we're going to give you a quick update on the American Rescue Plan, our projects that the council approved. There were 5. We just want to show you how we're doing in that execution. Talked to you about yesterday, which was National Recycling Day. The mayor was out at our recycling plant. And then talked to you about holiday closures for the city. But before I begin, we did have, and I want to see if we still do have, some of Corpus Christi leadership members in our audience today.
Oh.
If they're here still, can you stand?
Is anyone here?
They left.
Oh,
Okay. We're going to have to get on them for that.
We haven't even started
Okay,
the
well, they were
meeting.
here, right? Yeah. Okay, well, thank them. Okay, so let's turn to our fourth quarter budget and finance report. The council should have a copy in front of them. The City Council has adopted strong financial policies, which includes having the city manager present a quarterly finance report to the council, and we've done that in this past year. The first quarter was presented in February, on February 9th. Second quarter report was presented on May 11. The third quarter report was presented on August 17. And today serves as the fourth quarter report, and we'll also do a year-end kind of wrap-up of the entire fiscal year. If we go to, there we go. These estimates replace some of the financial estimates that we made when we were developing the budget and that we last showed to you around September 15th. An important note is that all figures presented today are unaudited and they're preliminary, and so I'll go over that more in detail with you on this next slide. So as we close out the fiscal year, our staff does some initial, if we can go to the next slide, our staff does some initial finalizing of the year, making sure records are closed out, encumbrances released or carried forward. And then beginning in November, we turn things over to our external auditor, and that is Weaver from Houston. This will be the third year that they help us in a contractual way doing an independent financial audit. So their work will begin in November, and it will be completed by March of 2022. That'll be an audited assessment of our financial condition for the 12 months or the fiscal year 2021. That audit report will be presented first to the audit committee and then to the full city council in the March timeframe. So let's look at 2 things in the general fund. The general fund, as we know, is our biggest and most common fund to the community. We're going to look at revenues first. So this has the detail, but if we focus on the bottom line there in kind of that aqua blue color, our budget for the revenues was $264 million in the general fund. We increased that estimate when we were developing the most current fiscal year budget to $273 million. And we're closing the year preliminarily at about $282 million, which is about $9.2 million better than what we thought just a few months ago, which is good news. And so our revenues are coming in stronger than the estimate as well as the budget. If we look at the detail, then property tax is one of the reasons that occurred, about $1 million more in property tax revenue, $2 million more in sales tax. We continue to update council month by month, and our strong local economy and tourism brought in $2 million more of sales tax than what we had anticipated. Our public safety area, our ambulance revenue program, which is known as TASP, T-A-S-P-P, the Texas Ambulance Supplemental Payment Program. We got pretty much, I guess, what was considered the record check, Chief. And so we had 1.1 budgeted for the TASP, but it actually came in at 4.8, which is about 3.7 million more. And we'll be bringing a budget amendment to City Council in December.
Excuse me, Peter, sir, you're on public safety.
Right.
So out of the 13 million, you're saying what was tasked?
In the 17.1 million to the far right, the unaudited actual. So in that 17 million, that included 3.7 million more than what we had thought.
3.7.
Right.
Which was
It was, yes, which is just for the TASP check.
Okay, so that has been, I guess I just want to make sure it's stated. So that has been, I guess you can say on target, the task revenue from when we started a few years back.
Right, yeah,
correct?
it's been, yeah.
Or over.
I think in the last 3 years I've been here, we've got a little bit more than what
More.
we had thought we would get.
Okay.
However, some years we've received less, and so we're cautious about how we budget that, or right on
Right.
target, so it's,
No, but that's wonderful.
yeah, that is good news, and so we're working with the chief. The dollars should be used for one-time expenditures,
Right.
so fire pumper, ladder trucks, or
Right.
facility improvements. We're working on a prioritized list, and we'll bring that to council. Ideally, the money would stay with the fire department.
Great.
With their service levels.
Right.
Okay, good. And then in our interfund and intergovernmental line, you can see right below that public safety, the unaudited actuals came in better. 1.3 million of that is from a late payment we received from Nueces County for their contribution to the MetroCom, our 911 call center. So we recorded it in this year. And then municipal court, we've been focused on that, and our revenues came in a little bit better, about 800,000 more, than what we had anticipated. So those are some of the highlights. As you can see, they help to explain why we got received in the end better revenues than what we had estimated, about 9.2 million more. When we look at expenditures,
Excuse
yes,
me,
Mayor?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Roughly, what falls under recreation revenue?
So, right, recreation, the reason for the decrease there, not only is it less than the budget or the estimate, is our after-school challenge program. And so with COVID, many of the schools were closed or modified still. So the Kids Power after-hour program, known as the Latchkey program prior. When we do see a reduction in revenues, though, there's a commensurate reduction in expenditures because there's less staff at the facilities managing the children. Okay, so the other part of our financial equation, obviously, is expenditures, and the departments know they need to stay within their budget. We look not only quarterly, but also monthly at their revenue, their expenditure trends to make sure they're staying within budget. You can see if we look at the subtotal budget, our general fund budget was 278 million. We reduced it down in the re-estimate to about 269 million. And the estimates for the unaudited year-end closeout is 266.5 million. So departments stayed within budget. You can see they stayed within the budgeted amount, a little bit higher in public safety compared to the estimate of 141.5 million as compared to 140.5 million, but still under the budgeted amount. And similarly with the other category and the economic development area. So overall, if we look at that subtotal, our re-estimates are about 2.7 million below the re-estimate. However, when we look at that next line, the carry forward encumbrances, we carried forward about 9.6 million of expenditures where an encumbrance has been made. And we're going to look closer at those because it puts us a little bit over the re-estimate amount of what we thought we would spend. So some of them may be dated, they may have to be closed out. It's part of our kind of closeout process. So it's a little early right now. But when we consider those carry forwards and the expenditure totals, we're still below budget by 2.2 million, which is good. But we do want to see if we can reduce some of those to bring us more in line with that re-estimate of 269.2 million. So better revenues, the summary is better revenues of about 9.2 million. A little bit higher than anticipated spending because of those encumbrances, which we still have to review those, so it's a little early, for a net positive gain of about 2.3 million.
Yes. Yes, Mr. President.
So Peter, the encumbrances, those are budgeted items you budget in like 2021, but you carry them over to 2022 and the expense hits the 2022 budget?
Right, that's correct, Councilman.
Okay.
It could be for things like a vehicle,
Yeah.
a professional services contract.
I was curious. I had that discussion with Miles the other day. You know, when I was with the EOG after Sarbanes-Oxley was passed, they told corporations they could no longer do that. That whatever year you bought something, you had to claim it in that year because so many corporations were carrying either wholly or parts of expenditures they had incurred in one year to reduce their tax liabilities for that year. So yeah. I'm curious as why we would still do that.
Well, I don't know if Constance wants to add anything, but the The actual expenditures are recorded in the year that they're made, and so technically kind of the budget is rolled forward as well as the expenditure into that new year. It's one way of looking at it.
Yes, that's correct. So what we're doing is we're carrying over the budget from one year to the other, but the expenditure or expense is recorded in the year that it's expended.
So but the problem with that is those budget funds that are carried over don't get plugged into your new budget, so it shows that it negatively impacts your budget, or does it not?
Well, it's part of the amended budget.
Yeah,
Okay,
they do.
so
Yeah, the budget's
So you do
amended.
roll it into the amended budget?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Donny, thank you for bringing the task information to our attention, because our public safety teams have done a great job of reaching outside the city to raise our funds. And I remember when we had to fight for tasks just to get it passed at the council level. I remember that.
Yes.
We weren't expected to get that much money, but the fire department worked their butts off to get this done. And just want to tell you how much we appreciate it, because we were getting, I think it was just under $1 million the first year or something like that, just over
we
$1
got
million.
right under $1 million, yeah.
And through your hard work, we've gotten it up way past the numbers y'all thought we were going to get to. So thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
Yes.
Thanks, Councilman. And we told the police chief he can't spend any of it, so.
Well, and that said, I want to welcome Scott Layton, the president of the Police Officers Association back there. Scott, welcome back. I see you took your seat right back. Thank you for being here, Scott.
Great. Okay, so we're going to go to the next slide, which kind of summarizes this and also looks at an important element of our financial condition, which is our ending balance. So when we begin the fiscal year, we started with a beginning balance of $86.6 million. The total revenues then unaudited of $282 million, less the expenditures of $276.1 million, leaves us with an ending balance for the fiscal year that concluded September 30th of $292.7 million. And so this is $2.4 million higher than what we thought when we were developing the budget. It also puts our savings in, if you will. This is what we consider our reserve at 35% of our appropriations, which is 15% more than the city council approved goal of 20%. So the bottom line in layperson's terms is we're in very good financial position here with this strong ending balance, 35% of appropriations, which is 15% greater than the council approved policy goal of 20%. And so that's a real good news report. We're going to move on to three other funds real quick. The HUT tax, the hotel occupancy tax, we know that's an important one. On the next slide, I don't know who's advancing those constants. There we go. And so our budgeted revenues for the hotel occupancy tax was $15.5 million. We increased that a little bit with Brett Otting's financial assessment to 15.8 when we were doing the budget. However, the actuals actually came in $2.4 million better because of a much better July, August, and September trend in our visitor industry. And so we came in at $18.2 million ultimately. Our expenditures remain within budget. We had a 16.7 initial budget, and we reduced that to 16.2, and we actually spent 16.1. So good on the expenditures and stronger on the revenues. You can see, just as a reminder, the little pie chart to the left there, the majority of our hotel occupancy tax goes to our convention center, 46%. CVB receives 33% based on our contract with them. Beach operations receives $2 million, or about 12% of the revenues, and then the art industry receives about 6%, or just under $1 million. When we look at our utility funds, first our water fund, we have good news both in the revenue and the expenditure side. Our revenues are slightly below the re-estimate, but above the budget. We had $141 million approximately revenue budget. We closed the year with 142. On the expenditure side, we look at two things. One, to make sure we're spending, because that means we're investing in the system, replacing things that need to be replaced and delivering services, but we don't want to overspend. So we were right in line with our estimate of $145.5 million. We ended up spending just under $145 million for the year. And on the wastewater side, similarly, our revenues came in just slightly above the re-estimate and above the budget as well. And then on the expenditure side, the same thing. We want to make sure we're spending, putting that money in production to have a high-quality system. And we spent just a little bit less than the estimate to end the year at $74.6 million in expenditures instead of what we thought, which was $75.6. So in summary, our general fund revenues over expenditures, the results are better than projected. And again, that's unaudited. So we'll have our audit team now, external auditor Weaver, will be analyzing all of our numbers. Our hotel occupancy tax revenues are higher than projected. We had the best summer on the city's record ever. I don't know if I said that already, but
Say it
support it right in, right? We had the best summer ever in the Convention and Visitors Bureau in terms of revenues, and I think even experience, given the new CVB direction as led by Brett Otting. Water and wastewater revenues were a little bit higher than the budgeted amounts, and our expenditures are in line in those two operations. As a reminder, the water wastewater is our most significant in terms of an expenditure and personnel item in our entire organization. Okay, and so finally, our next steps include, we're in the new fiscal year. We're in fiscal year 2022 today, and that first quarter will end in December, at the end of December. And so we'll be here in February talking about the first quarter results for the new fiscal year that we're in. And then as a reminder, the comprehensive annual financial report will be presented to the audit committee first and then the full city council in the March timeframe.
Great, okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, Peter, thank you for the report. On the increase in the general fund balances, as I recall, in the 2022 budget, we're actually spending some of these fund balances down a little bit, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so what do you, you didn't have this year because this is 2021. What do you project that to be in terms of how much are we going to spend on the fund balances, considering the additional income?
None at this point. So what we allocated and council approved for the 2022 budget is all we're recommending. We want to go through the audit process, make sure these numbers are confirmed.
Okay.
And then we'll make a recommendation in the 2020, either the mid-year of 2022 or when we develop the 2023 budget.
Okay, and then on the water and wastewater, we're spending more than we're taking in. I'm assuming we're also spending down some of our fund balances there.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman.
Any other questions, gentlemen? Nope. Well, Peter, thank you.
Okay.
This is a great report.
It sure is.
And our
Yeah.
financial position has strengthened.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely since you've been here. Every single year. And so has it been 3 yet? Not
It's
quite.
going on 2.5, two and a half years.
Well, so I say every
Almost
single
there.
year, but tremendously in the last 2 years. So thank you, but for what you've done.
Yeah.
And it's your leadership that continues even through a pandemic. We're so many, I'm a part of some groups of mayors that it is difficult in many cities. They are really, really suffering. So thank you. We're blessed, and we don't take that for granted. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah, we did pick him. We did hire him.
You guys did a good job.
We knew exactly what
Right.
we were doing.
Yeah, good job. Okay, we're going to continue somewhat on a financial plan here, or a focus, which is on the American Rescue Plan. So this is different than the infrastructure bill that was just passed, but I wanted to bring this to our attention because recently Mayor Guajardo was selected to be a leader amongst mayors with a Harvard leadership Bloomberg Leadership Training Seminar, and she had a chance to recommend additional people, and she recommended that I go through the program as well. And so I recently attended a week-long training seminar where there were 23 cities represented across America, 10 countries, with about 70 professionals. And so for those American cities, we were talking about the American Rescue Plan dollars, and most of them, well, I put it this way, I didn't talk to anybody that didn't have this position. All the folks I talked to in the 23 cities hadn't even allocated their dollars yet. They haven't even picked what they were going to spend it on. And this city council did a great job many months ago already laying out how we were going to spend these monies. And we did an even better job focusing just on 5 areas, on water, wastewater, drainage, and downtown. And so, a tremendous job done by the City Council. I wanted to highlight in this PowerPoint presentation just a quick reminder of what we did do based on City Council's adoption of the plan. We put $30 million of our nearly $70 million into water line replacement. And what that $30 million does is it helps keep rates low. That means we didn't have to increase our rate as much because we're using these federal dollars. $15 million in the first year, 15 in the second year. Wastewater lift station upgrades, $18 million over a 2-year time frame, 11.4 for year one, and then $7 million for year two. Also keeping our wastewater rates low. And then 2 areas in stormwater, one citywide stormwater improvement projects for about $10 million, and then specifically $5 million allocated by this council to North Beach drainage improvements in the second tranche, $5 million. And Councilman Lerma and I made that clear when we were recently visiting with the North Beach Neighborhood Association. And then public safety, I forgot to mention, is actually the fourth area. We fully funded with this amount of $4 million the construction for Fire Station number 3 that just last week had its design contract approved by City Council. So 4.05 million of the dollars goes to construct that fire station. And then we had $100,000 for downtown outdoor dining development, and I know Alyssa Barrera Mason with that organization is already moving out on that project. So 31 million in the first tranche, 36 in the second, for a total of 67.7. Now, not only did City Council approve how we want to allocate these dollars, but on the next slide, we've spent 1.1 million already in water line replacement, and more dollars are in the queue to be spent. They've ordered a lot of pipe and equipment, and contracts are in place. And then in that downtown dining initiative, 9,000 has been spent already in some programming. Alyssa has some great concepts that she showed us. So we want to congratulate and applaud City Council for great leadership and your policy decision to strategically put these dollars into infrastructure, which kept our rates low for our water and wastewater customers. It also enhances our system. We know that we need a tremendous investment to keep it going strong. And then also by having a limited number of projects, just those 5 focal areas, that reduces overhead. So if we had 50 or 100 projects, that means we would have had to add staff or contract management to manage all those contracts, and that dollars then would have gone to overhead instead of direct investment in the community. And so we're proud of that fact that we limited our scope to those 5 specific areas with minimal contract oversight, and money then doesn't go to overhead, but it goes to direct service for the community, or direct improvements for the community. So Mayor, that concludes that quick update on the recovery plan. And just one other note is that we are organizing internally under the leadership of Tambry Embry and others, our finance director and Constance, to see how does the big bill that was just passed by Congress in terms of infrastructure, how does that impact us, and what do we need to do to start getting geared up so we can get some of those dollars in our community too.
Great, and I've got a little something I want to say about that in a moment, but Councilman Pusley, I think, has an inquiry.
Yeah, Peter, I was, thank you for that presentation on the infrastructure spending. I think it's money well spent. President Biden has chosen Mitch Landrieu to head, the former mayor of New Orleans, to head up the group that's going to be doling out the money from the $1.5 billion infrastructure plan, and they're already taking applications from mayors all around the country. So, and there was an article last night that told all about how they were going to accept those and what they were going to be looking for. So we better get high behind if we want to get some of that, because that'd be an excellent opportunity for us to bring in some additional money for our water lines, sewer line improvements, all of the things that we, neighborhood streets, you know.
Yeah.
Those are shovel-ready projects that we could have going in a matter of a short time. So that's, I think, going to, again, be the key term for them, is shovel-ready kind of projects.
Right. We agree, Councilman.
And if you'll allow, Peter, I'm just going to jump in because I was going to wait to the end, but since it's the topic now, I wanted to inform the public, but obviously the council knows probably the majority of this, what recently just happened in Washington, that on November 5th, Congress passed the $1.2 trillion Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Yesterday, that bill was signed by President Biden. So our city staff is working currently through the bill, which is over 1,000 pages long, to determine all of the benefits that this bill could bring to our community. So the bill will make huge investments to the nation's core infrastructure priorities, including roads, bridges, rails, rail transit, airports, ports, energy transmission, water systems, and broadband. So based on some of the very early estimates from the White House, the state of Texas can actually expect $26.9 billion for federal aid highway programs, $3.3 billion to improve public transportation options, $1.2 billion for airport infrastructure development. And so I just wanted you to know that an official letter is being sent from my office to the governor, the administration, and also key oversight committees that are dealing with these monies, detailing the city's shovel-ready projects so that we are in line and we are, I mean, you and I have had several conversations on this, so we're absolutely, Councilman Pusley, thank you for acknowledging it because it's extremely important. This is a huge opportunity for us, and we have to put ourselves on the forefront of those monies, which I plan to do with letters, so anyway.
Good,
Yes,
we
sir.
agree. Thank you, Mayor. And our team does include Washington, D.C. lobbyist Larry Myers.
Right.
And then our local one as well for Texas. So, okay, good. We're going to shift our attention now to recycling. We know that's important for our community. We know that the council endorses it heavily. And yesterday was National Recycling Day. And it's always celebrated on November 15th, just to keep that on your radar for next year. The day is about how to recycle and which recycled products to buy and how to reduce waste. So that's the focus of that day, which was yesterday. Recycling is an important way to keep our community clean and keep it sustainable as well. In observance of National Recycling Day, Republic Services, who is our third-party provider that processes our recycling material, they invited Mayor Paulette Guajardo and me to join a tour of their recycling facility, which is near downtown. They also had students from Seashore Learning Center and Seashore Middle Academy. About 80 students were there yesterday morning, and many of whom, or I would maybe submit all of whom, have never seen a recycling center before. And so this is a great way to teach them when they're young. They were little kids, and they grow up being recyclers, and they can actually help their parents and older brothers on how to recycle. So they took part in the event, and they learned about the benefits and the importance of recycling. The students learned why it's important to know what materials households need to put in the recycling bin and which ones not to. Learning opportunities like this are just one way the city and our partner Republic are ramping up information in our community so that we can recycle better, have less contamination in that recycling, in those recycling carts. Our communications department was with us yesterday, and they created a short video just since yesterday, and we wanted to show that to you right now just to highlight some of what took place yesterday.
Oh, y'all think we should recycle?
Happy National Recycling Day.
Love it.
So today's importance is about the education to our children and students about recycling.
It can help the pollution go down in numbers if we recycle more. Keep recycling. Do not put recycling in the normal trash can.
Showing the children the actual process of what gets recycled and how it gets recycled. Because the children are our future.
It'll make our city beautiful, right?
Yeah!
All right, great. That was good. As the city continues to improve its recycling program, city staff and the council recognize the importance on education, especially with upcoming generation. For this reason, our solid waste department, in partnership with Republic, continuing to expand its education and public outreach. That includes using the radio, social media campaigning, public service announcements. There'll be brochures that'll be mailed out, and public outreach events as well. In addition, the city and Republic is leveraging its relationship with communities and schools. I know we've heard of them, of the Coastal Bend, for better recycling outcomes. Communities and Schools of the Coastal Bend is a local nonprofit that focuses on surrounding the city students with a community support network and also giving them good information. So they engage about 12,000 students a year from 17 different schools, and they will be participating with us this year to help educate those 12,000 students on how to recycle appropriately. So we're continuing to expand our outreach efforts. We know we want to get that contamination rate down because right now it's costing our ratepayers $500,000 every year, plus we're not recycling as much as we could with that high contamination rate. And so just some of the leadership to mention who are helping us in those endeavors includes David Layfeld. We know David, our Solid Waste Services Director, Bob Bradley from Republic, who's been with that company and our main point of contact for many years here in Corpus Christi. He's a true partner with the city and the community. Gloria Taylor, the Executive Director of Community and Schools, and then most recently Dallas Stevens. He's the General Manager of Band Tejano Radio, which is a new radio station, FM 106.5, so they're helping us with advertising and getting the notes out to the community. So one final item, unless there's any question on the National Recycling Day.
Councilman Hernandez?
Okay.
Do you have one? No?
Actually, my question was on the item before that he talked about in terms of the infrastructure stuff, and I'd mentioned the regional parkway is something that we should look at for spending some of those funding for. I know we're not as prepared for that in terms of the environmental studies and that kind of stuff, but it is something that we should at least look at to try and move that along. I'd made mention that I'd rather start looking at infrastructure now for mobility purposes and a second crossing to the island because if the funding is there, we can try and at least look in that direction.
Right.
When it was first put together, it was a $400 million cost. Now it's like closer to $800 million with inflation. So the sooner we get to look at it, the better off we are. Thank you.
Great.
I'm sorry, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, so Peter, someone told me the other day, and I'm going to verify this, that someone who wants to recycle glass can actually take it to our landfill facility, and they have a place there for glass only. Is that true or not true?
Yeah, that is true. So at the drop-off center near Saratoga, the city's drop-off center, we do accept glass. We don't collect it in the single stream at the curb. What happens to it is still kind of in the works. Right now, we're looking at a glass crusher. David Layfeld used to have one in his prior place where he was a leader there. So there's a weak recycling market for glass, but we're looking at how can we use it. So we're kind of stockpiling it, if you will. There's a service, as an example, on the island that people will pick up the glass for you and they'll take it to our center. The market or the recycling part of it, the next step after it's collected is still in the development stages, but we do have space and we will accept it at that location.
Are there any other items that we do like that
I believe that's the only one, maybe with the exception of tire shredding. I mean, we accept tires and shred them as well. We have a service right now, but we're going to be buying a shredder.
Okay. So we don't have the ability to shred them ourselves now?
No, right now we hire a company, but we're looking into buying a shredder.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Good, and then the final thing, Mayor, is just,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry, one more, Councilman Hernandez. Again.
This is something that has been brought up to me a couple of times on glass and tires. Can those be used in recycled materials for road construction?
So the road professionals have let Roland talk about it. I've heard that glass is maybe not the best thing to use. You can, but it has some limitations.
Not the glass, but
when you pound it down to silica, I mean, like a sand.
We still have not seen that in the industry, that to use glass. Now, we have seen where they're taking the tires and making a liquid out of it and then injecting it into the pavement preservations. We do see that product, but it's far from taking a full advantage of a whole city's tire market.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Murtha. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. Okay, and then we know next week already is Thanksgiving, and we hope you guys are getting those turkey lists together and everything. But I wanted to remind you and the community of our schedule. The city will be closed next Thursday and Friday in observance of Thanksgiving. City Hall, public libraries, our animal care services, and the municipal court will be closed Thursday and Friday. Garbage and recycling, that is normally collected on Thursday will be collected on Saturday, November 27. So important note there, if you put either garbage or recycling out on Thursday, wait till Saturday and put it out, we'll collect it then. The city's tennis centers and the public pools will be closed on Thanksgiving Day, but will be open on Friday. The Oso Bay Wetlands Preserve and Learning Center, Councilman Smith and I were there recently, a beautiful amenity for our city, will be closed a few days, Thanksgiving Day through Sunday, through the 28th. Now, we do have 2 beautiful golf courses that are managed very nicely by Foresight Golf, and they will be open on Thanksgiving Day from 6 a.m. to 1 o'clock, Councilman Hunter, from 6 a.m. to 1. And then they'll return to normal operations on Friday. And so the weather should be nice for some golf. All public, here's an important note though, all public safety operations, we have our 2 top public safety professionals here with us, Chief Markle and Chief Rocha. All our operations are in full effect through the holiday, so meaning our police officers and all our firefighters report to work as normal to keep up our great public safety that we have here. And so a complete list of all our closings and the schedules can be found on the city's website if anybody wants to see more information about this at cctexas.com, www.cctexas.com. So that takes place for next week.
And we don't have a council meeting next
We do not have a council.
No council meeting next week. The next council meeting is December 7th.
Yes.
Yeah, so next week, just as a point of business matter here, next week, Wednesday, is when we'll be issuing the agenda material for the council for the following Tuesday.
Great. Okay, thank you, Peter. That concludes your report.
That concludes my report. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. So it is almost 2 o'clock, but we're just going to go through this consent agenda item. If any council member has any items to pull, we'll pull them. We'll go to lunch and come back and address those and pass the rest of the agenda. So at this time, council members, do you have anything to pull from the consent agenda?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 23.
Item number 23. Okay, anyone else?
And Mayor, I'd like to pull 13.
13, 23. Anything else? Okay, then I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda
Move to approve.
with the exception of items numbers 13 and 23. We have a motion? Now would be the time. Okay, we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all right. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So when we return from lunch, we will address items number 13 and number 23 and continue with the agenda.
Can we do 23 right now?
Pardon? I just closed it. What's 20?
We have 2 exec sessions.
Everyone, excuse me. We're going to reconvene the meeting to hear item number 23. And then break for lunch.
Mayor, we have 2 exec sessions.
Pardon?
2 execs. 2 executive
Oh,
sessions.
right. So I need to, okay. Well, let's do item number 23 and then, yeah. And then,
Can you bring up the PowerPoint for number 23? Mayor and Council, I'm Roland Mata, the Public Works Director. I want to thank you for taking this opportunity for us to rename one of our facilities for the late Richard Martinez. Right now, the building that we're considering is building number 21 of 2525 Hygeia. Can you go to the next? The location is right here on the Hygeia. Just to give you an idea of where the building is going to be, where the building is at. Next, please. The building, as you see noticed, this is our parking facility. I do want to The one to the left is our old streets and solid waste building. The one to the right is the traffic building. That's the one that we will be renaming. Next slide. This is our facility. This was our traffic building. And this is one of the things that we want to do to the building itself, rename it. The next slide, please. And it will have the city of Corpus Christi, and then it will have Richard Martinez, the Public Works facility. Okay. I'll stand here to answer any questions or any concerns. In the audience is Mabel Martinez, the wife of late Richard Martinez. If you guys have any questions or concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. I had brought this up to Peter several months back, and I thought, what better way to honor a man who has done so much for our community in the short time that he was here. For those of us on the city council that have been here for a while, you remember what kind of situation we were in our streets, and that's really the main reason why many of us chose to run. And what Richard has done when he came on was he righted the ship. He set us on a clear, direct path on where we need to go with our street repairs. Even though we have a long way to go and there's still a lot of work to do, he left good leaders in place like Mr. Mata and Sarah back there, who I'm very confident that they were up to the task to continue his legacy. And I hope that you all would join me in honoring the late Mr. Richard Martinez by naming the building where he officed out of after him.
Great. Do you have a comment? Mr. Hernandez, we have a comment.
I also like to thank you for going through this process and getting this renamed for Richard Martinez. He was only here a year and a half, roughly. And he did more in that year and a half than I want to say most public works directors have done in a career for us here in Corpus Christi. I'm famous for taking tours of the district with him, and we took several tours. And I know I'm going to miss him greatly. Just on a personal note, I'm going to miss those tours. And it's and Mabel, I get emotional here, but I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Mr. Zanoni.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to add too, and thank you, Roland, that this we're fortunate to be the city that is able to do this. And Richard had a distinguished 30-year career across Texas. So he began in San Antonio, was there for many years, but also worked in Fort Worth and did exactly what we saw here. He did that in Fort Worth, transformed their public works department. And then upon me calling him, he was willing to come down here to our great city. So I see it as two ways, and I'm appreciative of Councilman Molina to bring this to our attention because it commemorates him for what he did for our community, but it also commemorates his distinguished career across the great state of Texas in the field of public works. And so we know he was a true leader and a true change agent when it comes to how we conduct public works in our community. And in fact, when we were interviewing to replace him, and we're glad Roland accepted the offer, a lot of cities across the country have gone to a private sector model. They're using third-party contractors to lead their public works department because good public work professionals are so hard to find today. So this helps just to commemorate Richard's distinguished career across the state, but also what he did here for us in our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Peter. Mr. Presley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think this is great. I had thought we should be doing something, so hats off to Councilman Molina and the staff for putting this together. I think this is entirely appropriate. I guess the main thing that I want to say is Richard's legacy will be long felt in this city because he has now set us on the correct path for how we do things, how we should do things, and how we will do things in the future. And without his year and a half input, we would not have ever gotten here. So that will be his legacy. And so his work here and his memory here will extend for many years in this city. And I know Roland and his staff will carry on those great examples that Richard set, and I have no doubt they will do a great job in following behind him. So thank you all again for this, and again, my condolences to the family. Thank you.
And I echo all of the remarks, and I also, Roland, thank you. It's a true blessing. You weren't only working alongside him, but you were his personal friend for 20, 30 years. And so you carrying on that legacy here at this city is very special, and you're doing it with your heart, and I know that. And Mabel, thank you for being here. It's an honor for you to be here for us as an extension of Richard, as we all love him. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So with that, Councilman Molina?
Mayor, I'd like to thank you for placing this on the agenda, and Peter for your help with the city staff. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So now, let's see here. The council will go into executive session on items 31 and 32 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071. We will return. 13. 13 and then 24. 13, yeah. It's gone. Huh? I'll reconvene our meeting now, and we are going to go to item number 13 from consent agenda, and then we'll move on to the next section. So item number 13 is an ordinance approving addendum number 1 to lease agreement with Corpus Christi Baseball Club LP, providing type A funding in an amount not to exceed $701,800 on a reimbursement basis to make certain capital improvements to the Whataburger Field property in accordance with Major League Baseball requirements. And I think it was Mr. Hernandez who had a question on that.
Yes, and this was just more for information purposes. In a discussion afterwards, some things were not discussed, and determination of how much we actually pay for insurance for this building. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's $155,000.
Yes, annually, yes, sir.
Annually. So, and we collect $80,000 in lease expense.
Correct.
So it doesn't even cover our total cost for insurance.
That's correct. But there are ancillary benefits from having the baseball stadium.
I'm not
Yeah, yes, sir.
suggesting
Okay.
otherwise.
Yes, sir.
I'm just saying that,
Correct.
From the perspective of, how much it costs us for the building, which we never, before we were charging $50,000 per year and then $60,000. So I guess from a financial standpoint, I would ask us to look at this in terms of contract negotiations to at least break even on some of our expenses associated with that. We don't need to make money on this, but, and plus I give the example of Foresight Golf with the profit sharing that we do with them. So if we can look at this from that perspective going forward, and I don't, like I said, investing in our Hooks Astros affiliate, AA affiliate is not a bad thing. I just want to make sure that we're looking at this from a financial aspect, that we do get something in return for these types of asks. And should we at least recover what we pay in insurance from our lease perspective? I think that's a simple answer.
Okay.
But if nobody else has any questions, I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And now we will jump over to section M, items number 24 and 20 through 27, public hearings, and we will start with item number 24, zoning case number 0921-03, MVR Construction Company in District 5. Mr. Raymond.
Thank you. I'm waiting for the case to be loaded. Give me a second. The previous case before that. Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 3538 Airline Road from FR Farm Rural District to RM3 Multifamily District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a apartment complex. The applicant is MVR Construction Company. The property is located along the east side of Airline Road, south of Brook Road, west of Rodville Road, and north of Slaw Road. The property has approximately 480 feet of street frontage along Airline Road, which is designated as an A1 minor arterial street. The Property totals 11.16 acres in size, and it is not platted. To the north are single-family resident, is a single-family resident zoned RE Residential Estate District, and the Brighton Park Baptist Church, which is zoned FR Farm Rule District. To the south and east is a single-family resident and ranch land zoned FR Farm Rule District. To the west is Riverstone Apartments zoned RM3 Multifamily 3 District and vacant property zone CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District. Additionally, to the west is a large single-family subdivision zoned RS6 Single Family 6 District. There are currently no proposed CIP or bond projects for this section of Airline Road. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the adjoining properties, and does not have a negative impact on the surrounding area. The property is currently vacant and has been undeveloped since annexation in 1995. The RM3 Multifamily 3 District allows 36 dwelling units per acre by right. The maximum density allowed on this site is 396 dwelling units. 11 notices were mailed out within a 200-foot notification area. 0 were returned in opposition. 0 were returned in favor. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of RM3 Multifamily 3 District, and I stand by for any questions.
I don't see any questions, Mr. Raymond. Oh, no, I won't. Let's see, I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the public or is the applicant here who would like to make comment? And I think the applicant was here earlier this morning. Okay, I'll close public hearing and entertain a motion.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 25 is a zoning case, number 0921-01, Richard Jurek, Jerry Jurek, Patricia Hunt, and Paula Carter, District 5.
I'll wait for the presentation to load. Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 3942 Cimarron Boulevard from FR Farm Rule District to RM2 Multifamily District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a 260-unit apartment complex. The applicant is Cypress Brooks, represented by John Bell. The property is located along the east side of Cimarron Boulevard, south of Lipes Boulevard, and north of Yorktown Boulevard. The property has approximately 330 feet of street frontage along Cimarron Boulevard, which is designated as an A1 minor arterial street. The property totals 10 acres in size, and it is not platted. To the north is an apartment complex zoned RM2 Multifamily District. Additionally, to the north are vacant tracts zoned CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District and RM2 Multifamily 2 District. To the south is Cimarron Lakes Estate Subdivision zoned RS6 Single Family 6 District. To the east is Master Drainage Channel 31, which has a right-of-way width of 140 feet and a depth of approximately 7 feet. Across the drainage channel are vacant tracts, vacant lands zoned RM1 Multifamily District. To the west, across Cimarron Boulevard, are single-family residences zoned RS6 Single Family 6 District. Currently, there are no CIP or bond projects proposed for this section of Cimarron Boulevard. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the adjoining properties, and does not have a negative impact on the surrounding area. 38 notices were mailed out within a 200-foot notification area. 6 were returned in opposition, represented by 6 owners. 0 were returned in favor. The 6 in opposition also indicate that 6.45% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of RM2, multifamily 2 district, in lieu of RS6 SP, single-family 6 district with a special permit. And I'll outline the uses of what we have agreed to. The only use authorized by the special permit, other than those uses permitted in the base zoning, is a multifamily apartment complex with a density not to exceed 30 units per acre. The setbacks, no structure shall be greater than 2 stories in elevation within 80 feet of the southern property line. Any two-story structures must have a pitch roof with a ridge extending at least 6 feet above the eave. Buffer yards, when adjacent to RS6, single-family 6 district, the buffer yard requirement shall be 10 feet or greater, and 10 feet, keep in mind, is a minimum, with the required points and screening fence satisfied by including a row of canopy trees with a minimum of 2.5-inch calibers at 30 feet on center, with a 7-foot-tall screening fence or a 6-foot-tall masonry fence. All lighting shall adhere to the standards in the UDC. No dumpster shall be placed within 80 feet of the southern boundary property line. Other requirements, of course, the development has to comply with the city's ordinances and standards with respect to building and development. And the timeline, they have to submit a complete building permit application within 24 months. This is the special permit we've worked out with the developer, and I stand by for any questions.
Council members, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I was called by the residents on the single-family residents on the other side of, or just to the south of where this is requested. And most of them were concerned about, having an apartment complex where they can look into their homes or backyards or what is the setback for the actual building from the property line for the closest apartment complex?
The setback, give me 1 second. The setbacks are here, right? Are here. However, we're exceeding these setbacks and basically saying no two-story structure will be within 80 feet of that southern boundary of that southern property line. In addition to that, we're saying within 80 feet, the two-story structure, 2-story is the limit of the structure. So even if the apartment has a 3-story building or 3-story buildings, they have to be set back so that, and that's why the roof pitch is set to, we want the roof pitch to be at least 6 feet over the eave so that the 3-story apartment dweller can't really look down into the homes on the southern property line.
So you're saying that the apartment complex that is closest to the property line can be no
more than 2 stories.
2-story,
yes.
which is what is a height restriction?
We don't have the height restriction here, but we're saying it can be no more than 2 stories.
Well, I think it's going to be taller than 20 feet. Okay, so the one closest cannot be more than 2 stories, but the one behind it on the northern part of the property can be 3 stories.
3 and beyond, yes.
Is that the intent?
That is the intent, because that's our way of buffering the RS6 to the south, if you will.
Now, will the 2-story require to have the 6 feet overhang as well from the eave?
I'm sorry, ask the question again.
Will the 2-story buildings have to have that overhang of 6 feet?
Yes, they will.
Because you
But the
said, you
two-story
said the
building is-
three-story, but, I mean,
Because the three-story buildings, when looking to the southern boundary, with the two-story building in front, the eave or the height of the roof will technically block them from being able to look down into the backyard, so to speak. And hopefully with the 80-foot or beyond setback, that certainly will be achievable.
okay, and then there's, I thought I read something about canopy trees.
Yes, we're planting canopy trees 30 feet on center along the southern boundary line at the extent of the RS6, just as an additional buffer from the multifamily to the single family, if you will.
And what size, I mean,
2.5-inch caliber, they're canopy trees, so at 30 feet on center, they would grow full and robust, and also create a screen, if you will, between the two uses. In addition to that, there'll be a 7-foot wood fence or a 6-foot masonry fence.
I mean, if there's a fence already in existence, is that the intent to leave those fences? or-
No, this developer will build a fence as well, and hopefully he would take down the horizontal section, and that'll become the new buffer between the two.
And it'd have to be a 7-foot fence, and,
If it's wood, or 6 foot if it's masonry.
okay, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. I looked on Google Earth, and there's a fence already there, but I don't know, I can't tell whether it's 6 or 7 foot tall. I would assume it's probably standard
6 feet,
foot.
right, correct.
So they would have to take that fence down and, or at
Well,
least take the palings down and replace them with 7-foot
Correct.
palings.
It would be a good neighbor to take it down and tell the homeowner, hey, you're going to get a new masonry fence if they choose to do masonry, or a 7-foot wood fence if they choose to do wood.
I doubt seriously they'll do masonry, but we'll see. Okay, what about on this preliminary plat that they show, back toward the back end of the property, there's a set of the apartments that are well within the 80-foot setback. What happens to those?
Remember, this is just the schematic. This schematic was submitted before we came with the special permit. So, and the applicant is here, I think, to speak when he opened the public hearing.
Okay.
So this is just a schematic they presented at the beginning. The special permit has changed a lot of this, if you will.
Yeah, because this plat will go back to the planning commission, and we won't get a shot at, any changes.
That's correct, but
to
it has to comply with the conditions of the special permit.
Okay, and my OCD kicked in on this a little bit. You're showing a 10-foot buffer from the fence, and then the parking lot starts at looks like about 12 feet maybe, and then goes all the way over to the apartments toward the north, which gives you your 80-foot setback. But if you plant canopy trees in that 10-foot easement, they're going to be hanging over that fence pretty quickly, which means you now are invading the space of the
residents.
And I'm all
right.
for the canopy trees. I just don't know if a 10-foot buffer is going to support a canopy tree, whether it's mesquite or oak or whatever kind of canopy
Understood.
tree.
And like I said, the 10-foot buffer is a minimum, right? So if they're planting canopy trees, it would stand to reason that they would use a little robust
more
buffer, right?
Okay.
And this, again, not to get wrapped around the axles, is just a schematic that they submitted with the initiation of their zoning case. It doesn't reflect the special permit that we've worked out.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Al, when the notifications are sent out for the public to either check the box that says in favor or in opposition, what other information is sent to the property owner besides that one slip of paper where they check the box?
There's a posting at the site that says, hey, this zoning case, and we have our new zoning signs which say the Planning Commission date is X and the City Council date is planned on why, and it tells what the zoning case is, and then the notification that we send out basically regurgitates that same information.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because I was looking at the report here, and a lot of the people who had returned the report, most of them, I think all of them, say they are in opposition, and I think they all say invasion of privacy. And I didn't know how many of the members of the public here that are in opposition to this actually showed up to the Planning Commission meeting, but are they? So I guess when you send out the mailers, you're not including the zoning report that would show them what steps are being implemented, like this buffer, that would explain to them what is being put up in place to mitigate some of their concerns.
All of that is discussed. Great question. All of that is discussed at Planning Commission, much like we're debating here today. And right, the 6 that responded, the primary ones were lack of privacy, diminished property value, and noise. Right. So the applicant through the special permit, we've tried to work to address all those issues, of course, with less the property value issue. And so we talk, and and the applicants, and the residents have their right to be heard. It's just that everyone's right to be heard is not necessarily a right to prevail, so to speak. So we are here.
Yeah, I understand that, and I appreciate that you're doing your due diligence, and you're also in communication with the developer here, but the neighbors that live next door, they don't know that, and so I don't know if there's a way to communicate to those neighbors when we send out the mailers that this is what the project is. And maybe include that zoning report. I know it probably costs us a little bit more money, but it might save you time in the long run because you have a public that is better educated about the project.
Understand.
And you may not see as many letters of opposition if the public understands the complete scope of the project or has a better understanding of the scope of the project. And I'm not sure that is something that you need to take on, or that's something that the developer should be doing?
It's probably both, right? It's just reimagining how we do these cases. So well received, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, because it seems like every time that we have a new development coming in adjacent to residential properties, that it almost seems like we see the same type of reasons for opposition.
Yes, sir.
Anyways, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks. Mayor, I wanted to just verify one thing that you had mentioned on the setback, because in reading this, it says no structure shall be greater than 2 stories in elevation within 80 feet. So, but that didn't answer my question, is how far back the first building is going to be from the southern property line.
It's, Councilman, I can't answer that because it's not designed, so to speak, right? It's not.
Well, that's why, and I actually had this conversation with the Councilman Pusley, is that once it comes here for zoning, the plats don't come back to us, or the actual design, or,
Correct.
But doesn't come back to us. So once it leaves this point, we don't see it. So what is it? If it's not designed, then how close is it going to be to the?
It can be closer than 80 feet. So you know for a fact.
No, it doesn't say that. It says 2 stories elevation within 80 feet. So you can't have like 3 stories if it's closer than 80 feet, but it doesn't say how far it is from the fence line.
No,
which I think
shall
is the
be-
main concern for a lot of the homeowners behind that, that it's going to be close enough, even with a, I guess a 6-foot overhang from the roof for them to be looking into their yard and into their homes.
No structure shall be greater than 2 stories in elevation within 80 feet. Well, I'll,
Well, why don't we let the
understood, and then we'll let the
applicant
applicant
answer, and then
answer,
come
right?
in. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we will open public hearing. Applicant would like to come up.
Hi, my name is John Bell, and I represent Cypress Brook Development, which is the applicant in this. My address is 13750 Primavera here in Corpus Christi. And I would like to clarify several things that were brought up in the questioning. We are being bound by this ordinance because of the site plan attached. The site plan is part of the ordinance. And let me provide a little bit of history. First, I'd like to introduce my client. Cypress Brook is here represented by John Belanger, and they developed the apartment complex immediately to the north, the Ariza Apartments, which is a very nice, successful apartment complex, and they would like to do phase 2 of this project. And we realized at the beginning that it was going to be next to a residential area. And so this site plan was developed at the start of the project because the developer recognized these sensitivities, and the nearest building is at least 60 feet away from that south property line where it borders the residential neighborhood. Now, Mr. Pusley, the apartments at the back are not next to the residential area. The residential area only extends about the first 1,000 feet, and then at the rear of the property, it's next to a mini storage or an open storage yard. And so the limitation about not having any buildings next to that area is eliminated back there. But since this site plan is attached to the special permit, we are bound to build according to this site plan. And the developer developed this site plan from the get-go for this project to take into consideration, number one, the 3-story buildings will be next to the existing apartment complex. That's also 3-story. Number two, the 2-story buildings will then be the first tier, and it's a lower. And when one of the neighbors complained, well, people on the 3-story could see over that if it was a flat roof, we added the clarification that the 2-story would have at least have to have a 6-foot high. It's not the eave that's 6 feet, it's the height of the roof, so that if you're standing on the 3rd floor balcony, you can't see into someone's yard because the roof of the 2-story is blocking your view. So in clarification of that, it's not the eave that's 6 feet, it's the roof is at least 6 feet above the eave. So from the 3-story, you can't see anywhere into the balcony. And so that lowers it down. And that was specifically added to the Planning Commission in view of the concerns about people in the view. So we've set the buildings back away from the property line at least 60 feet. Any buildings within 80 feet have to be 2 stories, and their roofs have to be at least 6 feet above the eave. So in the 3-story building, nobody can look through that roof. And then we have, then let me talk a little bit about the buffer area. By the way, we also agreed that the dumpsters will be at the other side of the project. The buffer area, we've spent a lot of time, and actually the developer will spend a lot of money with the buffer area. I was able to, and let me back up one moment right quick. Before this project even started, we sent a letter to the HOA and to the neighbors saying, this is our site plan. This is what we're trying to do. If you have any questions, please talk to me about it, and had my phone number. And I spoke with the president of the HOA, and he did not want to talk to me. I wanted to talk to him. But fortunately, a friend of mine, Tony Elizondo, resides at 6506 Miranda Drive, is one of the immediate neighbors of this. You might remember him. He did Big Brothers Big Sisters years ago, moved away, came back. I worked with him years ago. I didn't realize he was back in town. He's back in town.
Yeah.
And so Tony, I did get feedback from him, and he said his concern was still, even with 2 fences, and by the way, we're not going to touch the HOA's fence. We're going to build a new fence, and the developers agreed to build the 6-foot masonry fence because Tony wanted a masonry fence. And Tony said, if you put in the masonry fence, he will withdraw his objection. And we confirmed that with him yesterday, and we're good with that. It's so much more expensive to build a 6-foot masonry fence than the 7-foot screening fence. Yes, we did. And I had to hedge that because at the Planning Commission with a special permit, if the special permit only said a 7-foot wood screening fence, that's the only thing we could build. And so at my request, the Planning Commission put a 6-foot masonry or a 7-foot. And my report to you today is we have costed it out, and the developer is ready to commit to do the 6-foot masonry fence. And Tony said that he did not want to come down here today because he works for a living and he loves you all anyway. But he said I can relate to you that eliminates his issue and a couple of his neighbors. He doesn't speak for the HOA. I want to make that very clear. It's just Tony and a couple of his neighbors that had that concern. But we are prepared to go forward with the masonry fence. Lastly, there are other stakeholders involved in this process. The current residents at Arisa Apartments, they have a lap pool, they have a yoga studio, they have a business center, they have some neat. This will be phase 2 of that project, which will add for them a larger swimming pool, a dog park, a business center. And the current owners signed petitions, 78 residents next door to Arisa, saying we respectfully request that you positively consider this because it's going to make their community an even better place to live. They're looking forward to those amenities and having a nicer apartment complex. And so we respectfully request that you approve the special permit that does have the site plan attached and made a part of the special permit. So it's not an issue that things could be changed at the plating or the building permit phase because we have to build according to this site plan since it's incorporated by reference into your ordinance today. And the developer is committed to doing the 6-foot masonry wall. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have concerning this proposal.
Mr. Bell, so the fencing, okay, so you're going to do a 6, you said we're doing another one, we're not sharing fencing, right?
Well, no, we're not going to touch their fence, especially if the fence is on their own property. That's their fence, but the masonry fence will be there. If they would like, in the initial discussion, the idea was we might even just have 2 fences there, wooden fences to better shield sound and light. But if one of those neighbors would just as soon not have their own fence, when that fence goes away, they could just utilize the masonry fence, is their back fence. That's the neighbor's call. If they would like to keep, their fence, that's fine too. But
right, so currently you have a line of wooden fences.
there is currently a fence along that should be along the north side of their property line. I mean, but on their property line, on their property.
Right, and then your clients would be.
They would be building a masonry fence.
Right across from it, right?
It would be
So to speak.
either next to it or a foot away, whatever.
Right, and so
probably a foot away.
my point in this is, will there be a jungle of grass in between? Because I've seen that.
Oh, the grass jungle in between.
Yes, because
Yeah,
I've seen
okay.
that on properties.
Yes.
And of course, that will become a point of contention as to who's
going to mow.
responsible for what
That's-
grows in between those two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The,
So how
and,
would?
and in fact, I believe our buffer yard expert, Mr. Demas, will probably point out in the UDC, sometimes it shows the screening fence being set 5 feet away from the property line in order to create a greater buffer. You just have that sound, and so that way the landscaping guys from the apartments can mow and do what
So
they
it would
need to
be the
do in
apartments.
between. Yeah, the apartment will be maintaining this area.
In between the fences.
Right, I was trying to avoid micro-analyzing this too much, but that's the way some of the plans for buffer yards are, is where you have your screening fence set away from the property line and you have your buffer area in between.
Okay.
But there are half a dozen different ways to do that, but the objective is we will have a 6-foot masonry screening fence with the canopy trees.
Okay, Councilman Busley.
Yeah, that pretty well answered my questions, John. And I just want to say, I think I looked at your other apartments, and it's a very nice project, and I'm sure this will be too. It looks like a really good project, and I appreciate the developer's willingness to make the changes necessary to keep the, residents. That is a nice, very nice subdivision next door, so protecting their values and happiness is important too. So, but I think it's a great project.
Well, the developer, this is their first apartment project in Corpus Christi that they started about 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Very, very happy with the way it's come out, the community, the project, and wanted to do this second phase and build. And so it's a good testament there to Corpus Christi. And some of us locals complain about our development controls a little bit, but the folks from Houston seem to accommodate it okay. Go figure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you very much. I'd like to provide these petitions to the city secretary to include as part of the record.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on item number 25? Okay, I'll close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve item number 25. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries. Item number 26 is an...
I take real offense at if the district council representative from that area is opposed to this project, he needs to tell the council why.
I was waiting
I'm
for
not
that.
going to provide cover for you, Gil. If you don't support this project, then I'll withdraw my motion to support.
So what is your, Councilman?
Like, I just got too many phone calls against this, and they showed me pictures of the previous apartment complex where it is 3 stories, and you could see, I mean, directly from those apartments into their home. So it's one of those things like, trust us, we'll get this done properly, but it's one of those things where I'm just not comfortable with it. So I voted no against it.
I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Was not his concern addressed, though? I mean, legal, I don't know if I want to say
Yes,
legally, but...
what we tried to address that specific issue is that we're setting the structures 80 feet back, a minimum from the southern property line, and that's a 2-story structure which will have a pitch, and I apologize, I didn't realize, get your reference, but it'll have a pitch of at least 6 feet higher than the eave, so that the residents in the 3-story structure can't look south and see into the backyard of that RS6 development to the south. 80 feet setback with the trees, with the buffer, with the pitch of the roof should eliminate that. Anything's possible, but it's designed to eliminate that effect going forward. So that shouldn't necessarily be an issue, in my opinion.
Councilman?
I believe you said it was a 60-foot setback, not from the building, not an 80-foot. Did I hear that wrong? No. John Bell said 60 feet. And the 80-foot was that anything within 80 feet is 2 stories.
Okay.
Excuse me, if you look at the site plan in the back, there is one building near the front that's kind of slightly at an angle. And so that's why I was saying 60 is the closest point, because that building at the angle has that point there. The special permit condition says any building within 80 feet has to be 2-story, and that 80-foot line goes right down the middle of all those 2-story buildings. So that means all those, that first row of buildings all has to be 2 stories. And so, I mean, it's very carefully designed to mandate that first tier of buildings has to be 2 stories. And I was just being very careful in my comment about saying 60, because I know we scaled it off. That corner of that front building, you know, when you're asking me what the minimum setback is, I wanted to be careful in not misleading you about what the minimum setback is. So that's the difference between the 60 and the 80 there, okay? Yes. Yes, they're all covered by that two-story row.
Mayor, point of order. I believe we need to make a motion to reconsider before we start discussing this.
Yeah, because that's decided. I mean, we had the public hearing and everything, so if
Well,
so
we
if
have a
we're going to
motion
consider it again, we got to
So
reconsider.
he's making a motion to reconsider. Do we have a second?
I will make a motion
Okay.
to reconsider.
Right. Okay, who's seconding?
Second.
Okay.
And that requires 2/3 votes to pass, so do you want me to do a roll call or just do a?
We're still, I think, discussing.
Well, to pass the motion to reconsider.
Oh, to reconsider, I'm
Right.
sorry. Sure.
So.
Well, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No, well, hang on, guys. Any opposed, say no.
Okay, can we do a roll call, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's in.
Okay, so for passage of the motion to reconsider, Councilmembers Martinez?
Just to reconsider. You can still vote. We're just going to bring it back so that we, well, but.
But we already voted.
We'd already voted.
It was voted.
But we already voted. So in order for you to be able to do that and for us to reconsider the whole thing, if we want to, we need to do a motion to reconsider and then talk about it.
Right, because we're going to start, it sounds like we're starting over. We started discussing it again. As far as everybody is concerned, we voted on it.
Yeah, I would remove my second, but because we had the last person vote, I can't do that.
Yeah, so the vote was complete.
Voting no, because this is how I'm going to vote regardless.
Okay, so we still have a motion to reconsider on the floor, right? Okay, so can we vote on that just to see whether we're going to start this all over? Whether a majority want to do this anew, or we're going to keep the vote? Or just maintain with the vote of record?
But the motion to reconsider
Right.
is to be able to vote again.
Okay, so call the roll. Councilmember Martinez?
Aye.
Molina? Pesley? Smith is absent. Barrera? No. Hernandez?
No.
Hunter? No. Lerma?
Aye.
Guajardo?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's 2/3 vote. Just double check. 8 is 6. Okay, so it failed.
Oh.
So we're not, I guess the vote stands. So,
It failed?
yeah, because it's 2/3 vote.
2/3 votes, but there's what, 7?
There's 8.
3.
Yeah, Greg's not here.
So it's 6. What? It's 6. What did I do my math for?
Okay.
So what's the effect of the
So now-
motion failing?
Well, my understanding is we would keep the vote stands. The vote stands. So no, people didn't want to reconsider it, so the vote stands.
Okay, so it failed. All right, so we're moving on. Item number 26 is an ordinance exempting country acres, lots 4A and 4B east of FM 1889 and north of CR 48 from the payment of a not-to-exceed amount of $3,676.14 for the wastewater lot or acreage fee under Section 8.5.2.G.1 of the Unified Development Code.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This request is made by Enrique and Palmera Mendez to be exempted from the wastewater acreage fee for country acres, lots 4A and 4B final plat. Planning Commission has authorized the waiver of the sanitary sewer construction. This request is to be exempted from the acreage fee per the UDC Section 8.5.2.G. This is a vicinity map showing the property, country acres, lots 4A and 4B located west of Interstate 69 and north of County Road 48. The property is approximately 1.37 miles outside of the city limits. Here's an overview of the subject property, which is approximately 2.34 acres, which will be, the purpose of the plat is to develop 2 separate lots for the purposes of constructing 2 single-family dwellings on those lots. The potential wastewater acreage fee is approximately $3,676.14 based on the current rate and the size of the lot. The applicant is already exempt from the water acreage, lot and acreage fee as the water is provided by Nueces County Water District 3. The proposed connection point to serve this property is approximately 2.84 miles away. Evaluating these factors, the Planning Commission approved the request to waiver the platting requirements to construct wastewater infrastructure based on the fact that the lots are not reasonably accessible to existing wastewater infrastructure. Planning Commission also recommended City Council to deny the exemption of the wastewater lot and acreage fees based on the fact that this area will likely be served in the next 15 years, and they based that on the fact that just to the north along County Road 52, we've spent money to upgrade a lift station. Hobby Lobby is developed there. There's a multifamily residence along 52 to the north, and there's a multifamily residence along County Road 52 to the south. With that, staff recommends denial as well and payment of the wastewater lot and acreage fee at this time. I stand by for questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Apologize, that was from the last one.
Oh, okay. Okay, I don't think we have any questions, Mr. Raymond. I will go ahead and open public hearing. Is the applicant here, or would anyone like to speak on item number 26? Okay, no one coming forth. I will ask for, we'll close the hearing, I'm sorry, and I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 26.
So, second.
So Councilman Pusley and Hernandez. Any further discussion?
So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So, Al, when you say denial of the wastewater lot acreage fee, so are you saying that you're
That means the
gonna,
customer has to pay.
they have to pay, so
Right.
their request will be denied?
Yes.
Okay.
And if the city's not going to get there in 15 years, they can come back and petition council for a refund in 10 years.
Okay. And this is in Council District 1?
Yes.
Councilman Pusley, did you?
Never ever do that again.
Did you second or no? Oh, I thought he did. Okay. You were wanting to speak. Okay, so is there further discussion? No. So we have who made the motion?
Who motioned it?
Who made the motion?
Councilmember Pusley made the motion.
No, but he didn't. He was
Oh,
wanting
you
to
did it. You were asking a
speak.
question.
I
Okay,
had
sir.
not seen his name on here. So
I see.
Okay, who made the
So you
motion?
laid it on my shoulders, what you're saying.
Okay, I'm going to go through this
Motion to
again.
approve.
I'll entertain a motion to
Second.
approve item number 26. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Who was the motion? Who did it?
I made the motion.
You did. Okay.
I'll second.
Great.
Okay, so
any
Billy and Gil, thank you.
Well, Michael, okay.
Okay,
And
Billy and
Mayor,
Michael.
if I may add, this goes along with my way of thinking. I would deny all wastewater exemptions, so I'm glad that you're denying it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I heard Billy and Michael. That's what we've got.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, item number 27 is an ordinance exempting Drillin subdivision west of CR 73 and north along FM 624 from the payment of the wastewater lot or acreage fee under section 8.5.2.G.1 of the Unified Development Code.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is another wastewater acreage fee exemption. The request is made by Butch and Margaret Drillin to be exempt from the wastewater acreage fee for Dillon subdivision's final plat. The Planning Commission has authorized a waiver of the sanitary sewer construction, and this request is to be exempted from the wastewater fee as per UDC Section 8.5.2.G.1. This is a vicinity map showing the property Dillon subdivision located west of County Road 73, north of FM 624. The property is approximately 0.22 miles outside the city limits. That's 1,320 feet. Here's an aerial overview of the property. The subdivision is approximately 9.59 acres in size, and it will, the purpose of the plat is to subdivide it into, subdivide an area into one smaller lot to build a residential dwelling. The potential wastewater acreage fee is approximately $15,065.89 based on our current rate. This applicant is also exempt from the water acreage and lot fee because the water is provided by River Acres Water Supply Company. The proposed connection to this property is approximately 3.58 miles away. After evaluating these factors, the Planning Commission approved the waiver from the plating requirements for construction of the wastewater infrastructure based on the property, the area not being reasonably accessible to existing wastewater infrastructure. Planning Commission also recommends City Council to approve the exemption of the wastewater lot and acreage fee based on the fact that the area will probably not be served by city services within the next 15 years. Staff recommends approval of the subject, approval of this request subject to the sanitary sewer connection agreement, which will require the applicant to connect to sewer if and when it becomes available and to pay the wastewater lot and acreage fee at that future time. I stand by for questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. You know, last time I checked, there was a lot of growth happening in that direction. Are you sure we're not going to be able to get any wastewater out there within the next 15 years going in that direction along Northwestern Boulevard?
That's a great question. That is exactly what our consultant is doing now in terms of looking at all of the wastewater, stormwater, and water within the ETJ. I can't really answer that truthfully right now, but right now, currently, what we have, there are no plats in that area, no zoning cases in that area, unlike the first part. So that's really why Planning Commission decided to grant the waiver.
So just from a historical perspective, have we ever gone back and collected and connected wastewater after the fact?
That's a great question, and I've only been here 2 years, so by 2 years, I don't know. I have not, but I don't know if we have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I've never
Michael, turn your
heard of
mic
that
on.
happening. So,
Sorry, in Flower Bluff, we're having some issues because we haven't been doing that. So you're asking if we have, I would say that that's a pretty good area to take into consideration that we haven't been, that we should, in my opinion, but that we have not been.
right, I don't know, back in the past, I don't know what we were charging. Would we retroactively charge what was required way back when? Do we even have that fee schedule? Or would it be whatever
It would be the current
fee?
rate, right? But if you paid now, if you were exempt and then, sanitary sewer came down your front street and we said, oh, well, you have to connect, I would hope that at that time, whether it's Public Works or Development Services, someone would say, do the research to say, oh, Mr. Hernandez, you owe the city X.
Okay, so when we come in with wastewater, who does that research?
Honestly, I can't answer. I've not had this situation during my time here yet.
Well, see, that's the question. We have these agreements to say we're going to, when you come back, you have to pay your
hit us up,
fee
right.
and then connect, and then nobody ever goes and checks when that's the case. I don't recall ever requiring
I
anybody.
think that's something we need to, and Councilman, you're right, we need to look at this, but I think it's something that we need to address outside of today, really, because it's a direction that we need to say, come back
Okay.
talk to us about how do we figure out what direction we're really going in, opposed to coming across these and just going, okay, well, every single time it's the same thing. If and when we connect, well, if and when never comes here. So we need to have that discussion with Mr.
And the reason I
Zanelli.
say this is because there's a lot of growth going out in that direction. You know,
Yeah.
with Steel Dynamics being over there, you know, I would expect that area to blow up.
Blow up.
You know, so, you know, with least within the last 15 years, Steel Dynamics I don't think is even open yet. So there's still, and then you got more people coming around them that they attracted to come with them. So I would anticipate more growth, especially in the Cal Allen area or in that area. But it just seems like we don't go back and check these things. So I'll be voting no.
You make a great point, and it's something we have to research.
And Mr. Raymond, let's
plan
just
for.
make it a point to bring specifically that back to us.
Will do.
With what is truly, you know, what is that possibility look like and when? Mr. Lerma.
Yeah, I've got some concerns with this. Just like Councilman Hunter said, you know, they're running into this in the Flower Bluff area, and we're not able to do anything about it. I mean, this is the future growth of Corpus Christi, you know, down Northwest Boulevard. I mean, and if we're not ready for this 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we need to really study this real well before we make these kind of decisions. You know, because I don't want to vote to exempt this individual, and then 5 years later, I've got subdivisions out of the wazoo up there, and we're charging all these people these fees. But this person is exempt. Is it exempt forever, or is it exempt until we develop that area?
But if we exempt, he'll enter into a sewer agreement, a sewer connection agreement with us, so that when we run by his front door in his general area, he has to connect, and then he'll be required to pay in the future fees, not the 15 grand. It'll probably be somewhat more than that. And the councilman's laughing because we don't really have a vehicle, a mechanism to say, hey, make sure this happens. So that's, I'll do our homework and come back.
Well, and I'm going to interrupt because I think today it's somewhat unfair to treat we need to give that direction, which we did. We need to look at this and say, okay, moving forward, what are we doing? I'm going to support it because we've not had that discussion. We've not said, Mr. Raymond's not coming back after we said, hey, go figure this out because we truly need a plan. We've never said that. So after today, he now knows that we need to look at this to see where, opposed to just these cases coming back. So I think it's fair that after today, this comes back, then, you know, maybe not a good deal, but today, I mean, I'm going to be supporting it, and then looking forward to the discussion on just that issue. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Presley.
Thank you, Mayor. So these monies for these wastewater fees get paid into our
Trust fund.
Trust fund.
Yes.
To defer the cost of projects coming online. I guess the one little problem I had with this is, you know, you literally denied, just on the item before, denied these fees or the request for these, and this project is literally down the street and across the road from it.
Well, it's a little north and to the west, but,
Yeah.
and as I said, and as I said to Councilman Hernandez, at least in that area, we can point to several rezoning cases and development that is going on in that area. On
Right.
this side of 624 to the west, you know, hopefully it will develop, and we want it to, but, and I want to say something to all of you. It's not like, for example, if you grant this waiver and the 15 grand, it doesn't populate the trust fund buckets, assuming that it'll still be around, then the person is not getting away and going, you know,
Right.
Eventually, when development happens, like we think it will, and we'll have to connect the dots to make sure that the mechanism is in place that says, hey, you owe whatever. But eventually, everyone has to pay. So if it doesn't come out there, great. He wins and he saved 15 grand. But when development does come, if it does come out there,
Yeah,
he'll
maybe
have
we
to
can put this in
connect.
Maximo where we don't forget or something. So, well, I'm going to defer to my local council member.
Councilman Hunter.
Just to throw this out there, the professor Councilman Smith has done a lot of research on this topic, so I highly recommend that y'all reach out to him because of his area, because had the issue with septic tanks and connecting in the past.
Thank you, I will.
Councilman Lerma.
So
Councilman.
the city,
I'm so sorry. Sorry.
I'm just trying to get my thoughts, ma'am.
Sorry.
Yeah,
It's
the turkey stuff, I mean, I'm just, what's it going to take for us to start providing those services out there? What does the city need to do for us to provide, because this is a group and area that has been very close to my heart as far as they're saying that they don't have services from us. You know, they get their water from the Roustown, utility, wherever that they get it, but there's no wastewater, there's sewage, they're asking for wastewater, they're asking for all this stuff. What's it gonna take this city to start moving towards that area and develop and provide the utilities so we can make sure that we have the proper growth, the proper development out in these areas?
So
What's
you've
it gonna
already,
take
you've
from
already
us?
started that process with the master planning that Pape Dawson is doing. Master planning, Pape Dawson will develop master plans that will show in our ETJ, our areas that we don't currently serve now, where the growth is and where water, wastewater, stormwater needs to be, right? And from those plans, that committee that we've elected, and your person was sworn in today, that CIAC committee will then put forth a CIP plan that says, yeah, we think water's going to, growth will go this way, so therefore water, wastewater, and stormwater, we approve of that. And from those CIP plans, that group will also develop impact fees to support that growth, right? So it's happening, it's started to happen, right? It's just, it is a process.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman
Yeah,
Pusley.
I'm sorry. One note I did make to myself here is, in the ETJ areas where we are taking definitive action one way or the other on things, it would be nice if we sent the county commissioner for that area just a note telling him or her what we're doing. Both of these are in precinct 1. I know when I was there, I would have appreciated that because we had kind of a lack of communication between the city and the county on what was taking place in the ETJ areas.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Will
you.
do.
Great. Okay. So let's see here. I'm going to ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak? Linda?
Open the public hearing, right, Mayor?
I'm sorry?
Open the public hearing.
Open
Yeah,
public
it's your
hearing, I'm sorry. Open
Just
public
technical.
hearing. No, Linda? Okay. I'm going to close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve ordinance number
Yeah,
27.
to exempt the fees, right? Okay. This one's
Exempt
exempting.
fees.
Yes.
Move to approve.
Do we have a second? Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. And item number,
Mayor,
yes,
we've just got a point of clarification. Just item 26, it was, everyone voted aye. Mr. Smith was absent, but it was to deny, right, the waiver?
exempting.
But to deny exempting the fees. Is that correct? Planning Commission and staff's recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We'll go on to section O, first reading ordinances, items number 28 and 29. Item number 28 is an ordinance ratifying a partial postponement until January 1 of 2022 of the effective date of ordinance number 032551 by amending the implementation date for disposal fee increase made applicable to waste haulers with city disposal contracts. Mr. Leifeld.
I stand by for any questions.
Do we have any questions, gentlemen? Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, why are we doing this?
When we brought the city budget to council, it was passed as part of the city budget, and we failed to give our good partners, the put or pay customers, adequate notice. We gave them under 30 days notice. They requested additional time.
We feel it's a prudent business decision, and they made a fair request that we're bringing it to council.
Okay, you did notify them that it was going to be a part of a budget discussion? So you didn't make any pre-notifications?
Not
when you brought-
before budget went to council, no, sir.
Okay. So, so for future reference, if you're going to do a price increase or anything, what is our standard for notification for any of our customers?
In the future, for these put-or-pay customers, we will bring them into the discussion earlier as we're talking about it, as we're putting it together, so that it's not a surprise in the budget process.
Okay, I get it. In terms of rate increases, you'd want at least be 60 days out, but, they have to budget for it. I don't know how their budgets operate, if they are on an annual budget or if they're on a fiscal budget a fiscal year like we are. But if they're on an annual budget, then that would make sense to start in January. And that might be just a rule of thumb going forward, if any price increases should start in January. And it'll be a different situation for each one of them, but more than likely they're on an annual budget.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I just think it's fair that we give them ample notice, because for some of these amounts are small, and I know it's not going to be a huge difference, but I'll give you, like, Absolute Services, where their fee is going to be almost $21,000. Absolute Service is the garbage pickup service for Nueces County in the unincorporated areas. And the county's not in the garbage business. All the county does is act as a fiduciary agent. Every 3 years, we go out for bid for a service to, for those customers who want to buy that service, and they have to bid on that every 3 years. And so it's a competitive bidding. So they set their budgets and accordingly to their projected income off of their negotiated contracts with the people out in the rural areas. So when you hit them with a $21,000 upcharge, that's coming right off their bottom line.
Yes, sir, we agree with you on that.
And so we need to take that into consideration. Now, how much time did we give them? 30 days plus what?
Originally, it was less than 30 days. Now it's about a 60-day after we went into effect.
So they'll have a total of 60 days to make these payments.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually, I think the sum total from the time it went into effect to the new date will be 90 days.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
And Mr. Layfelt, thank you for doing that too, working with them. Okay, I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience, Linda and Gerbeau, that would like to make public comment? It's not Mark. It's Mr. Coronado back there. That's right. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 28. Do we have a second? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And our last item of the day is item number 29, an ordinance amending Chapter 55 of the Corpus Christi Code to require industrial facilities to have either a reduced pressure backflow device or air gap at each city meter servicing potable water.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Gabriel Ramirez, Assistant Director of Water Quality and Treatment. With me is Blanca Villanueva, Project Manager over the Backflow Prevention Program. This ordinance establishes a new section 5596 and updates section 5537 in the Corpus Christi Code for industrial backflow requirements. Numerous industrial customers requested clarification regarding the existing ordinance and requirements. This ordinance amends Chapter 55 of the Corpus Christi Code to require industrial facilities to have either a reduced pressure backflow device or an air gap at each city meter servicing potable water, a double-check assembly for fire service lines, a certified industrial district affidavit upon relocation of the city meter and/or installing, repairing, or replacing a reduced pressure backflow preventer or an air gap, annual backflow preventer testing, and also providing for penalty. Next slide. This change to the language clarifies requirements on installation, testing, and notification requirements for industrial facilities located inside the city limits and also in industrial districts. This change will affect all industrial district customers that are not required to pull city permits. According to the Texas Administrative Code, it is the city's responsibility to ensure that backflow requirements are met. If the industrial customer fails to comply with this section, the city will terminate water service and/or issue a fine not to exceed $2,000 a day. If an imminent threat to the city's water system exists, the city will terminate water service immediately. The modifications to the ordinance are to provide more protection for the city's public water system from high health hazards. And standing by for any questions.
We do not have any questions. Oh, we do. Mr. Presley?
Okay, I want to go back to your agenda memorandum because this letter we received from Lyndell Bissell speaks to a couple of things that are in here. And it says in this that the industrial district customers abide by their own section of the municipal code related to repairs, installations, and permitting backflow protection. They do not need to pull permits when it comes to plumbing or building codes. Therefore, the city will not be made aware if a cross connection is constructed into the city water line or into a city water line. So is that telling us what they're going to do, or is that telling us the reason why you're implementing this rule?
That's the reason why. So for an internal cross-connection control program within the industrial district, the city does not have control. So we cannot go in there and ensure that they do not get a cross-connection between our meter and their internal program.
Okay.
The other thing is the city cannot pass on the responsibility of water safety to a private entity. That's our responsibility to ensure the water system is safe. And what the language is allowing us to do is to require the backflow preventer, reduced pressure assembly, or an air gap at the meter. Okay. And so that leaves no doubt that as long as that protection is there, then our water system is protected. If we don't have it there and we rely on their internal program, then there's always a chance for contamination to occur between the meter and where their internal program begins.
Okay. And you speak to that in item D when you say the industrial district affidavit must confirm there is no cross connection between the city meter and the backflow preventers. So
yes,
you've
sir.
clarified it there.
We wanted to clarify the language. Numerous customers were asking for that, and this delivers that for them.
Okay. Then the other question, I had this last time and I forgot to bring it to your attention, but I had jotted it down as a question, is have you established a time frame for when these will be required to be completed?
Yes, so usually what the plan is to give them a 90-day window to come up with a plan if they're not already in compliance.
Okay.
So they have to have a plan within those 90 days.
But you didn't speak to that in this ordinance.
It's not in the ordinance. We're going to actually, I'll let Blanca speak to it, but what we're going to do is actually send letters to all the customers that are not currently in compliance.
Okay.
And get them on the phone, meet them in person.
And tell them they got 90
And let them know what the new plan is, the new ordinance is, and what is their plan to get in compliance. Okay. So we're going to work with them. We're not just going to immediately go and shut people down. We want to work with the customers and do this in a controlled manner.
And why are you only using double checks at fire lines? Because double check will prevent siphonage, but it won't prevent backflow.
Right, so on the fire lines, that was a specific concern because with the reduced pressure backflow assembly, that'll actually reduce the pressure. And so in order to not impede the ability to fight fire flows, to fight fires with fire flows, that's the reason why the double check suffices for that.
Okay, so you're making an assumption that the fire lines are going to be connected into the potable water system to begin with and shouldn't be in a contaminated situation.
That's correct.
Because the double check is only really useful if you're in non-contaminated water.
Yes, sir.
If for whatever reason, the water was contaminated on either side of that fire line, it could backflow into the public water system.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
He's gingerly shaking his head, yes. Okay.
He's had experience.
Yeah.
We have, yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, I don't see any other lights on, so I'm going to open public comment. Do we have public comment on item number 29? We do not. So I will entertain a motion to approve.
I move for approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.